आदिल नजर साहब ने स्क्रीन शेयर की हुई है,
उनकी स्क्रीन शेयर बंद करो,
पहले उनकी नहीं है,
उनकी नहीं है, वेलकम बोल रहे हैं उनकी बंद ये जैसे उनके साथी था वो उन्होंने जब लेक्चर देना इनवाइट करने फिर स्क्रीन शेयर बंद
आपने तो
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. I'd like to have your attention. We are about to begin. I'd like to request all participants to please take your seats. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the opening session of the 22nd Population Research Conference hosted by PAP, by Population Association of Pakistan in collaboration with the National University of Sciences and Technology, Islamabad, Pakistan. We would like to begin today's opening session with recitation from the Holy Quran before we move on to the remainder of the program.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is now officially open, and to start off the conference proceedings, I'd like to request President Population Association of Pakistan, Dr. J. Marif, to please share his welcome remarks and provide us with a conference overview. Dr. J. Marif, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Nizamuddin, Dr. Adil Najam, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Executive Council of the Population Association of Pakistan, I welcome you all in the 22nd Annual Research Conference of the Population Association of Pakistan. The main theme of this year's conference is population challenges in a changing world, with three sub-themes. One, population universal health coverage and family planning in the context of COVID-19. Two, social, economic, and demographic implications of high population growth. And three, opportunities and challenges for resilience to courageous change. The conference agenda consists of three major activities: an invited lecture on the main theme, panel discussions on sub-themes, and research papers by our contributors. We are honored to have Professor Adil Najam with us in this opening session, and he will soon address to us on population and development challenges for Pakistan. 4 plenary sessions covering the 3 sub-themes of the conference and population census in Pakistan are part of the conference agenda. The next population census is likely to be held in 2022. A plenary session on the second day of the conference will discuss particularly the way forward for holding the first ever digital census in Pakistan. In these 4 plenary sessions, very prominent scholars from Pakistan and abroad will share their views on the given theme. I am really pleased to share that in response to PAP's call for abstracts, for this year's conference, we received more than 90 abstracts from all provinces and regions of the country as well as from abroad. After a thorough review process supervised by the Conference Advisory Committee, 20 papers have been selected for oral presentations and other 13 papers have been selected for poster presentations. The papers will be presented in 4 technical sessions of the conference. Many young scholars are presenting their research papers. Please encourage them with your active participation in the technical session during the 3 days of the conference. The posters based on research studies have also been displayed. Please encourage poster presenters by visiting the site during tea and lunch breaks. I welcome the distinguished panelists, paper contributors, and poster presenters. Just a couple of things I think more. First is we are really proud as a population association of Pakistan that despite our limited resources, it is consecutive 22nd annual conference that the PAP is holding it. And we really striving that we will continue holding of this annual conference to bring researchers, policymakers, and all of our friends who have great interest in population issues together to discuss the issues related to demographic issues in Pakistan. And it is my duty, I think, to say thank you to the all organizations, institutions who have assisted us, supported us in organizing this conference, particularly from the NEST. I think formal thanks Ms. Simi will pay this one. Particularly, we received excellent support from the NEST and also support from the UNFPA, Pathfinder, and the Population Council, and Rural Support Program, and Rehnuma. With these support from all of our friends in Pakistan, we have been able to organize this conference. With these few words, I welcome you in this conference and looking forward to see your active participation in 3 days, different programs, and hopefully we will achieve our targets in terms of learning about the population issues and getting some solutions with how we can overcome these population problems. Thank you very much and welcome you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all have a copy of the conference program with you. We will digress a little bit from the conference program to accommodate the invited lecture on time. We have a luminary and intellectual giant amongst us today to deliver the invited lecture today on the topic of population and development challenges for Pakistan. Our invited lecture will be delivered by Dr. Adil Najam, who is the inaugural dean of the Friedrich S. Pardee School of Global Studies at Boston University, which was founded in 2014. He is also a professor of international relations and of earth and environment. Earlier, Professor Adil Najam served as the vice chancellor of the Lahore University of Management Sciences and as the director of the Boston University Pardee Center for the Study of the Longer Range Future. In addition to Boston University, Professor Najam has taught at MIT and at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Tufts University. His research focuses on issues of global public policy, especially those related to global climate change, South Asia, Muslim countries, environment and development, and human development. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Adil Najam for today's invited lecture. Please welcome him, and he will be joining us virtually. Dr. Adil Najam, sir.
बहुत शुक्रिया जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई होप आप मेरी आवाज सुन सकते हैं. कैन समवन प्लीज कंफर्म?
Sir, I confirm that we can hear you.
बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच जी. इट्स अ ग्रेट ऑनर, इट इज अ प्लेजर. मेरी माजरत पहले सिर्फ ये कि मैं आपके साथ वहाँ खुद मौजूद नहीं हूँ. आई वुड हैव लव टू बी देयर. मैंने आरिफ साहब से ऐसे गुजारिश की थी. And in fact, I am going to be in Pakistan परसों से, Wednesday से, लेकिन unfortunately I can't be there before that. So I have to do this online, but it is great to be in the presence of all of you, including Dr. Nizamuddin, and it's wonderful to be in his company. तो हालांकि वो जब बैठे होते हैं तो थोड़ा सा डर लगता है कि बात जो है वो ख्याल से करनी चाहिए. On that note, बात ख्याल से करने वाले नोट पे, I want to use my few minutes to put up some ideas, not as a demographer. I am not a demographer. I am a user, and I'm a user of the type of research that you do. Now, I hope that you can see the screen. जो इस वक्त तो मेरे ख्याल में बिल्कुल शायद black होगी, लेकिन इस वक्त उस पे आपका निशान आ जाना चाहिए. Can someone please confirm if you can see my screen properly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
जी, उस पे क्या आ रहा है स्क्रीन पे?
Black screen.
अच्छा, ब्लैक स्क्रीन आ रही है. इसका मतलब एक मिनट मुझे आप देंगे, क्योंकि मैंने वही सेटिंग चेंज करनी थी. लेकिन एज आई सेड, माय अपॉलॉजीज, ये थोड़ी सी टेक्निकल हिच, बट होपफुली दैट शुड बी सॉल्व्ड इन ए मिनट. जी, अब कुछ आपको नजर आ रहा है?
सर, आप नजर आ रहे हैं?
मैं नजर, अच्छा नहीं, मेरी शक्ल तो इसलिए है कि आप आपको स्क्रीन नजर आई?
It's share now, sir.
अच्छा, वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस. आई होप दिस विल वर्क. लेकिन एक सेकंड मुझे आप और देंगे. टेक्नोलॉजी चीज बड़ी अच्छी है, लेकिन इसके मसाइल भी अपनी होते हैं. You should see a black screen, and then you should see the PAP sign. Can someone just confirm कि जी PAP?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, I
Very
confirm.
good. Thank you. बहुत बहुत माजरत जी इस थोड़ी सी हिच के लिए. लेकिन what I want to do is to talk to you in some ways कि जो लोग मेरे जैसे आपकी रिसर्च पे डिपेंड करते हैं, जिनकी अपनी रिसर्च जो है उसका जो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है, वेरी ऑफन इज द टाइप ऑफ insights that not just demographers but population experts, that's really what I'm interested in, come up with. How and if that is changing. और मैं वो I want to do that by telling you some of the things that I do, but also some of the things that are coming up. What I want to do here is to present some of my own recent work, but also where I think some of the big questions in the global arena. की जो theme है changing world वाली, तो उस changing world में कौन सी ऐसी changes हैं, या some of those changes that are going to demand new questions from you. Now, before coming to that, I want to raise 3 questions. I promise not to answer any of them because they're not the type that can be answered, but they will help frame what I want to say. The first is the question जो आपके title से मैंने लिया कि is the world really changing? ये सवाल जो है मेरे ख्याल में पूछने वाला है. इसका जवाब है कि हाँ, it is really changing, and that is a very surprising answer because the world in some ways always changes. So if it always changes, is the change we are seeing different? Is the change we are seeing greater? Is the change we are seeing more important than all the changes that we have seen in the recent past? Is there something important about this moment? And I would argue that yes, there is. That does not mean previous changes or other changes that we study are unimportant. लेकिन जो कॉन्फ्लुएंस है ऑफ चेंजेस, of multiple changes happening at the same time, gives us a sense anywhere in the world that there is a transformation happening in politics, in economics, in globalization, in security. And those are the elements that make all of our work as social scientists more important or different. The second question I want to raise is, are questions being asked of population experts changing? And again, I think the answer will be essentially yes, but not entirely yes, because many of the questions will remain the same. The urgency of some of those questions changes, and I will try to demonstrate how that happens. कि वैसे तो दुनिया की कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जब बात जो है उसका पैमाना किसी और जाविये से बदलता है, तो वो पुरानी बात की अहमियत जो है वो ज्यादा हो जाती है. And therefore some of those questions are being changed, and therefore they might require, and this is the issue as researchers, a shift in what we research, how we research, even if the issues are the same or even the issues have been there before. Their context changes the demands on us as scholars. And the third question I want to raise is, have population challenges of Pakistan changed? And I think we might come to the conclusion that no, not really. That doesn't mean that everything is the same, but the essential challenges remain with us. And by challenges, I don't just mean the challenge of how many people and the growth rate and all of that. That is certainly important. But the implication of those population questions. And we will find that many of them in fact remain the same. I think that is in some ways good news, despite what I had said about the previous two questions, because that means that the corpus of knowledge, the corpus of research that PAP and others have collected over these years is of increasing relevance and is neither outdated nor outmoded, but might even have new relevance and new salience. So let me throw those things out as just framing concepts, not an organization of what I'm going to say. मैं अगले कुछ मिनटों में जो करना चाहता हूँ ये कि आपको एक कहानी सुनाना चाहता हूँ. एक लंबी सी कहानी है, लेकिन कहानी 3 किस्तों में, और मेरा था शायद थोड़ा सा होका हुआ है, इसलिए मैंने बहुत ज्यादा चीजें डाल दी इन स्लाइडों में. So if I don't get through them, I will try to end wherever we are, because but I hope कि तीनों किस्तों की कोई ना कोई झलक मैं आपको दिखा सकूं. I am not going to suggest that the things I am putting up are necessarily the most important, but I will suggest that they are amongst the most important. So 3 किस्तों की एक कहानी, but उस कहानी से पहले I want to do a context. As some of you know कि जहाँ मैं बैठा हूँ तो मेरी अभी आधी रात होने वाली है, 12 बजने वाली. So 12 बजे कुछ इंसान कई बार मीटर भी हो जाता है, तो मुझे थोड़ा सा मीटर होने की इजाजत दीजिए, मुझे थोड़ी सी जो है ना नॉन सीरियस होने की इजाजत दीजिए, हालांकि बाद में सीरियस करना चाह रहा हूँ. और वो ये कि आई वांट टू डू समथिंग अ लिटिल सिली, एंड आई वांट यू टेक ऑल ऑफ यू ऑन ए लिटिल थॉट एक्सरसाइज. इमेजिन फॉर अ मिनट कि आप जो हैं पाकिस्तान में नहीं बैठे. इमेजिन फॉर अ मिनट कि आप जो हैं वो एशिया में नहीं बैठे, आप जो हैं इस दुनिया में भी नहीं बैठे. Imagine for a minute that you are not on planet Earth. Imagine that you are on some other planet. और उस planet से you are looking down on this thing called Earth. हम कह रहे हैं ना changing world. हम global की बात करते हैं, globalization की बात करते हैं, global climate change की बात करते हैं, global pandemic की बात करते हैं. Suddenly this word global is used all over. If global has meaning in anything, including in population, then we should think about what global means seriously. So in that sense, imagine कि आप किसी और जगह बैठे हैं, किसी और planet पे, and you're looking down on this thing called Earth, and you have been given the assignment by the World Bank of that planet to write a country report on this planet called Earth. If the world was one country, what sort of a country would it be? Right? I'm not talking about silly things like world government वगैरह. लेकिन अगर ये एक मुल्क हो, तो ये किस किस्म का मुल्क होता, ये किस मुल्क जैसा मुल्क होता? I would argue, ये कहानी हम किसी तरफ भी ले जा सकते हैं. I'm going to take it to a particular way. You can take it in an opposite way. But I would suggest that you would come to the conclusion that if the world was a country, it would be a very poor country. There would be 1 billion people in this country, 1 billion, who would live on less than $1 a day. ये सारे numbers आपको पता है. You would come to the conclusion that in poor country में there would be 2 billion people who would live on less than $2.5 a day. पहले वो $2 कहते थे, लेकिन डॉलर भी अब वो नहीं रहा जो होता था. So you would come to the conclusion कि जनाब ये जो मुल्क है अर्थ, ये एक गरीब मुल्क. But you would come immediately to the answer that it is not just a poor country, it is a divided country, which means कि सारे इसमें गरीब नहीं है. ये जो डॉक्टर महबूबुल हक का फेमस शैंपेन ग्लास वाला डायग्राम था कि 80%, actually more than 80% of its resources are controlled by less than 20% of its people. More than 80% of its people live on to less than 20% of its resources. जो मर्जी आप resource उठा ले, you will find a distribution like that. And I am not talking about rich country, poor country. वो तो बड़ी आसान बात. I'm talking about rich person, poor person. अभी जिक्र किया गया कि I had moved to Lahore for some time where I was vice chancellor of LUMS. लाहौर जाने से पहले और अब मैं बॉस्टन में हूँ. Boston में I teach at Boston University, which is in the first world part of Boston, where I teach. About 2.5 miles from it is a place called Roxbury, and that is the third world part of Boston. जब मैं लाहौर में था तो मैं लम्स में था. लम्स के अंदर रहता था. लम्स was the first world part of लाहौर. बिल्कुल उसी तरह था जिस तरह बॉस्टन, और बाकी काफी सारी जगह भी वैसी थी. बट 2.5 मील फ्रॉम वेयर आई वर्कड एंड लिव्ड was Bhattachalak, which was the third world part of Pakistan. And that is what this divided planet is like, right? So it is a poor country, it is a divided country. I think you will come to the conclusion that Earth as a country is a poorly governed country. All the things we talk about, good governance, bad governance, mulkon ki, hukumaton ki, any of that, if you apply it to how we manage the world, how we manage the globe, you will come to the conclusion it's a poorly governed country. All animals are equal, 5 are more equal than others. Complain ki baat nahi hai. This is just a reality of this place we are writing about, this country called Earth. You will come to the conclusion that this country called Earth is an insecure country. It has not just needless war, it has food insecurity and water insecurity and climate insecurity, health insecurity. It is an insecure country. You would come to the conclusion that not only is this country poor and divided and poorly governed and insecure, it is a degraded country. Its water is not worth drinking, therefore you drink in bottles. Its climate is changing, its seas are rising, its forests are denuded, its land is degraded, all the things that I kind of work on as an environmental scholar. And you will come to the conclusion कि यार ये जो मुल्क है, Earth, ये इसकी environment जो है, इसका जरा बेड़ा गर्क हो. And you will come to the conclusion, if you were looking at the newspapers of this country called Earth, it is a very angry place. And this was before COVID, and this is now. It is angry in terms of young people everywhere. It is angry certainly on the streets of Pakistan. It is angry on the streets of New York. It is angry on the streets of London. It is angry in the streets of Chile. It is angry in the streets of New Delhi at JNU. It is angry in the streets of Lebanon. और खुसूसन जो इसके नौजवान हैं, the young people in this planet are particularly angry, and for good reason. For good reason. I talk a lot about that elsewhere. Let me not do that for time reasons here. But you would come to the conclusion, therefore, that this poor, divided, poorly governed country, insecure country, degraded country, angry country is an unsafe place. In fact, मैं यहाँ अमेरिका में रहता हूँ पाकिस्तानी पासपोर्ट के साथ. अगर मुझे जो ट्रैवल एडवाइजरी है इनके बारे में बड़ा कुछ पता. अगर यूएस स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट की ट्रैवल एडवाइजरी होती फॉर द प्लैनेट अर्थ, by the actual rules that they apply to countries, that travel advisory would be to catch the first rocket ship out of it. Problem ये है कि अभी तक हमें पता नहीं वो rocket ship हम लेके किधर गए. So that is the country that is Earth. Now I apologize कि मैंने अपनी आधी रात को और आपकी अलग सुबह को या सुबह को आपको इतनी एक bleak picture दिखा दी है. ये picture हम positive भी कर सकते हैं about all the ways in which things have become better, which is also true. But the reason I give you this picture is कि जब हम globe की बात करते हैं in a global context, then the Earth as a country is a third world planet. And I usually don't like the word third world. ये लफ्ज मुझे मेरे ख्याल में इसमें मीनिंग नहीं है, लेकिन इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मीनिंग है, because all the things that this word is used for, that is how the world as a world is managed. And the significance of this, for what I want to talk about and what I work on, is that a lot of the processes that are trying to manage planet Earth act as if they live on planet Sweden. Whereas, in fact, they're trying to manage a country, a planet, which is very different from Sweden. It is much more like Pakistan. And that is the context of the lot of the governance failures of international affairs. Now, please keep that in context as I show you my 3 stories, and I've got too much here because मेरा होका बड़ा है, लेकिन मैं उसको जल्दी करूँगा. Pehli, let's start with 2020. Many of you would have heard this thing कि 2020 जो था ना साल, वैसा साल तो हमने कभी देखा ही नहीं. And 2020 में हमने जो हमारे साथ जो हुआ, और usually you would have thought about this in terms of COVID. I want to come to COVID. Lekin before COVID, I want to start my first story, which is not about COVID, but it is about 2020. So let me remind you कि 2020 पिछला साल, इसकी कहानी क्या थी? आपकी मेरी कहानी ये थी ना कि हम स्क्रीनों पे बैठे रहे, जूम पे काम करते रहे, कोविड की कहानियां सुनाते रहे, which I will come to. But इसकी एक और कहानी थी. इसकी कहानी ये थी कि when the year started and January of 2020 was the hottest January ever recorded since we started recording temperature globally. Now, that was not just January. February was the second hottest February ever. March was the second hottest March ever. April was the second hottest April ever. अब तक हमें इतनी आदत हो गई कि हमने ये जो खबरों में देखते थे, ये सारी आपके अखबार से मैंने ली. We started not even paying attention. May, what is the hottest May? June, hottest June ever. July, second hottest ever. August, second hottest August ever. September, hottest ever. October, third hottest ever. November, hottest November ever. December में आपको थोड़ी सी respite मिली, 8th hottest ever. Now I can go to 2021, लेकिन आपको पैटर्न समझ आ गया, because this now keeps happening every month. हर महीने एक खबर आती है कि जो भी महीना गुजरा है, ये दुनिया की तारीख का जब से हमने इसको नापना शुरू किया, ये इसका गर्म तरीन है. And the point I'm trying to make of the changing world, probably the most important change is this. And this affects people, and therefore it affects population studies. And the change that has happened is not कि climate change नहीं है. It is कि the slide I'm giving you is not कि ये हो जाएगा. This is not that climate will change. This is that climate is changing, has changed. Climate is no longer a future issue. And that is what has changed the story of climate for everyone. Now, let me show you the same data in another way. और please careful, इसमें सिर्फ ये होना है कि अमूमन जब आपको क्लाइमेट की कहानी सुनाता है मेरा जैसा, तो वो कहता है कि 2070 में ये हो जाएगा या 2100 में ये हो जाएगा. Right? Just like population people, we climate people are very fond of projections. I will choose not to tell you any projection. I am giving you simply data already recorded. Now, look at this graph carefully. I hope you can see it on your screen. This is the actual recorded data ever since we have been measuring temperature. वो जो पहली लाल लाइन है वो 1.5 है, जो यूएन कहती है कि अगर पार हो गया तो गजब हो जाएगा, और 2 जो है वो कहती है कि अगर वो पार हुआ तो बहुत ही खत्म हो जाएगा. Now, if you notice what happened, this starts at 2016. अगर मैं इसको 2020 तक ले जाऊं, तो वो जो 1.5 वाली लाइन है, that gets touched on a few times. That doesn't mean we are there actually, but we are now beginning to touch that. So the point I'm trying to make, this is a very central point, कि दी कहानी जो हमने क्लाइमेट चेंज की अभी तक हमेशा सुनी है, वो ये है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इज समथिंग दैट विल हैपन इफ वी डोंट डू समथिंग. द स्टोरी आई एम टेलिंग यू इज कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इज समथिंग दैट इज ऑलरेडी हैपनिंग फॉर अबाउट by my calculation 2.5 billion people in the world, including about a third of Pakistan's population, is today living in a world where the climate has changed and their livelihoods are being impacted by it today. ये कल की परसों की चौथ की बात नहीं, right? And that is huge. That is huge. That means the nature of climate change has changed. Now, Dr. Saab, others will say कि यार ये बात तो तुम ठीक भी करते होगे अगर, तो planet पे तो कोई नहीं रहता ना. Planet तो बहुत बड़ी जगह. उसका एवरेज टेम्परेचर तो हमने कभी नहीं देखा. नो वन नोज दैट. हम तो ये देखते हैं कि हमारी आज बड़ी सर्दी. So let me show you the same data now projected not for the planet as a whole, but for different parts of the planet. You can focus wherever you want. आप पाकिस्तान में focus कर सकते हैं कहीं और. It is the same data ever since we have recorded temperature for how that has changed to today. Again, this is not a projection. This is not future. This is actual recorded data for temperature at different points of Earth, for not temperature, climate, which is different from weather, as recorded and as available today. Now you can choose कि आप red किस level पे आते हैं, लेकिन the type of change you just saw tells you the story. It is global, it is everywhere, and it is happening now. ये आज की कहानी है, ये यहाँ की कहानी है. Again, if you look at the map and how it is changing, ये जो आप बार बार खबरों में सुनते हैं कि जी पाकिस्तान is a vulnerable country, उसका मतलब क्या है, वो आपको इस मैप से बिल्कुल साफ जाहिर हो जाएगा. So that is my first story कि यार climate जो है has changed. It is not just that climate has changed, but the climate change story has changed, and that is where those who study population have new questions. Abhi tak, in fact, I think population was immensely misused by climate wallahs. Climate wallahs, if they would talk about population, would talk about कि जी एक मसला ये है कि there are too many people in the world, that's why emissions go up. Now, there is a huge debate on that. I won't even go into that. I've spent half my career fighting that debate. Okay, yes, population is a problem. It's a problem for many reasons. But no, climate change is not there because there are too many people, because different people emit differently. But in the age of adaptation, people and therefore populations become central to climate, because age of adaptation का मतलब क्या है? Adaptation होती है, mitigation होती है, कोई मसला है उसको आप हल कैसे करेंगे, which is what we've been talking about. Reduce your carbon, right? Therefore, all the discussions we've been having are about carbon. कि carbon को कैसे कम करना है. Adaptation होती है कि जनाब अगर ये मसला हो गया तो how will we adapt? We are very good at adaptation. बारिश होती है छतरी लेते हैं, adaptation. सर्दी होती है कोट पहन लेते हैं, adaptation. गर्मी होती है पंखा चला देते हैं, adaptation. But all adaptation has a cost, right? So as a species, we are good at adaptation. I have been arguing for the last about 8 years that we are now already in the age of adaptation. And in the age of adaptation, the problems we talk about in climate change, they are no longer about managing emissions, carbon. They are no longer about just कि हमने CO2 कैसे control करनी. They are about कि what do we do when climate changes and what are the impacts. And those impacts are here, they are now, and they are changing. I will give you only a glimpse of what they are to demonstrate the point that the things we have been studying in population become much more relevant in new ways to this world of climate change. It is not just about carbon. The first one of that is nature. कि नेचर जो है वो हम कई बार सोचते हैं कि पोलर बेयर है, आइस क्यूब पे बैठा, आइस शीट पे बैठा हुआ है इन द आर्कटिक. दैट इज नॉट हाउ नेचर वर्क्स. नेचर हमारा इंतजार नहीं कर रहा कि हम जो है हमारी जब नींद उतरे तो वी विल गो एंड सेव नेचर. नेचर हिट्स बैक. दैट इज द रोल ऑफ नेचर. नेचर tries to survive, tries to thrive, and that is why I put this picture, even though the better picture is not this one but this one. I don't know आप in हजरत को पहचानते हैं कि नहीं पहचानते, but that's a dengue mosquito. That's a dengue mosquito. We think about dengue a lot in Pakistan. We think about it in Lahore when I was there. We think about now even in Gilgit. Well, here is part of the story. There is no reason why the dengue mosquito should be in Lahore. और हो सकता है लेकिन लाइकलीहुड नहीं होना चाहिए. गिलगित में होने का तो बिल्कुल लाइकलीहुड नहीं होना चाहिए. There can be many reasons why that has started happening, including humans traveling and therefore taking disease. But one of those reasons is that the mosquito is smarter than humans in many ways and adapts much faster. So ये adaptation है खाली हम नहीं करते, ये सारा nature करता है. And therefore, a lot of people in climate science are now getting more and more worried about what climate change does to vector-borne disease, including, for example, dengue. इसका ये कोविड से भी इस जिक्र होना शुरू हुआ है, बोला से जिक्र होना, which is not to say that these things are because of climate change, but because of climate change and because of adaptation, the incidence of vector disease changes, and where you find it changes, right? And so that is one. But the most important one, and the one that we in Pakistan are very, very aware and know very much about. The slides broke again. So is water. The water, in some ways, I have argued, is to adaptation what carbon was to mitigation. इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आप सोचें कि जब क्लाइमेट अगर चेंज होता है, जब हम उसकी बात करते हैं, तो what happens if climate changes? A lot of that things that happen are wet. For example, water rises, sea level rise, water melts, glaciers, water disappears, drought, water falls from the sky like no one's business, extreme events and floods. ये जो आप पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, ये लाहौर की नहीं है, ये सॉरी पंजाब की है, ड्यूरिंग दी 2010 के फ्लड्स की. One of the less told stories is कि that flood kind of never really ended. उस साल जो फ्लड आया वो बहुत ज्यादा था. But we have now seen higher levels of flood every year since then, or nearly every year since then. And that is what climate change does. ऐसा नहीं है कि flood जो है वो climate change से पहले नहीं आया. But what climate change does is that disasters की frequency बढ़ जाती है, they are more common, more often, and amplitude increase, that they are more severe. And that is what we should expect. Now, when this happened, one of this slide I just put up to let me not talk about that slide for time reasons, but let me move to what we did. This is the 2010 flood, that blue area. मैंने वो blue area लिया जिसपे flood आया हुआ था, और लोगों को यहाँ समझाने के लिए कि flood का मतलब क्या है, put it on a map of the US, and that's the area it covered. The Pakistan flood put on a map of the US on 2 scale, from one end to the other, from Vermont to Florida. Put it on a map of Japan to show कि यार ये scale क्या होता है when we are talking about these floods. What is the scale? And now we are talking about these happening in multiple parts of the world. I put it on a map of Europe, and what it looked like was from Denmark to France. So essentially the point I'm making is that flood water is the front line of climate change, and already we know that when water comes, people move. When people move or people are displaced, that is where population studies has done a lot of stuff, and that is where we should be prepared to be thinking more about. Okay, the population questions that come from a world where this is happening more are profound. Now, as soon as you talk about water, you are really talking about food. Because what is food except nature's way of packaging water? Now, I know, understand that is not as simple as that. But immediately, what climate becomes not an energy or carbon issue, it becomes a food issue and an agriculture issue. Again, I don't have time to go into the details. Energy, you know, again, energy in climate has mostly been talked about. How do you reduce it? How do you reduce the carbon footprint? In countries like Pakistan, energy is a question of not just emission, it is a question of energy poverty. Therefore, the question is, can you leapfrog? जिस तरह हमने ये cell phone के साथ किया था, can we leapfrog past the landline? Can we leapfrog to renewables without having to go through the same dirty path? उसकी economics बड़ी simple है. But how do you do it with a population of 200 million plus? That's the population studies question. The question is not just how many people. The question is, how do you do the energy transition? For societies at this scale, where the issue is not a question of what energy they are using, it is an issue of whether they are using enough energy or not in terms of energy poverty, right? So again, what I'm saying is that the question turns on its head, and it requires new population studies questions. Mobility, if you think about climate change, जिस तरह दुनिया बात करती है, it is essentially about कि जी हमने टेस्ला बनानी, हमने गाड़ियों को इलेक्ट्रिक करना. You look at it from a Pakistani and particularly a Pakistani population perspective. If you look at it from a Pakistani perspective, understanding the population constraints of a country like Pakistan, the mobility question is not just a question of Tesla and electric cars. It becomes a question of these pictures. It's a question not of what your vehicle is, it is a question of how many people need to be moved from one place to the other. And then suddenly questions of whether it is mass transit, urban planning, and so on and so forth become questions at the forefront of the climate change argument, right? So again, I'm taking too much time, so I'll just jump through this. Same with infrastructure. Infrastructure becomes not a question of from a Pakistani or a population perspective of what the green buildings look like. It is a question of how do you change the greenness of infrastructure for large numbers of people, massively large numbers of people, because the infrastructure question is not my home, it is overpopulated cities and so on and so forth. The question of heat. Heat जो है is something that Pakistan understands. अगर आप इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में हैं, अगर लाहौर में हैं, so then you understand also the question of smog. Smog is less related to this, but heat clearly is. The heat profile in Pakistan with the existing numbers is such that we are going to increasingly see these heat incidences, which we've seen now for the last 6 years at a row. There is no reason why hundreds and 500 in one case, 1 year, people should die of heat that is not even yet at the level that is totally unbearable or totally unprecedented. But the deaths happen because of not simply the amount of heat, not simply the number of people, but the distribution of people and the distribution of urban resources across those. I apologize for putting these pictures, like, and I put this especially for my Western audiences, कि heat का मतलब क्या? Heat का मतलब ये नहीं होना चाहिए. हीट का कराची में मतलब ये नहीं होना चाहिए. खातून की जो आंखों में आपको नजर आ रहा है वो डर और खौफ मतलब नहीं होना चाहिए. Even more than that, heat in Karachi, heat wave in Karachi should not lead to this. These are bodies, unclaimed. Heat should not lead to this, which is a mass grave of unclaimed bodies. Right? Now, why is that a population question? It is a population question not because log zyada hai ya log kam hai. It is a question of population whose needs are not being met especially in the urban cement centers that we are constructing. Last thing on this, refugees. We think of refugees usually as people moving a lot because of some disaster. A lot of climate migration literature is now saying, and migration is something that is central to population studies, a lot of the climate migration is saying, yeah, climate migration is going to look less like disaster migration and much more like economic migration. जो हमने green revolution में या जो हमने rural to urban में देखा, where livelihood is lost, and because of livelihood loss, people move. I'm going to skip this slide because I'm taking too much time and I'm aware of that, and I want to get to my next story. Lekin the point about migration and climate, I hope, is clear. I again realize I'm not doing a good job of time management, but allow me to at least get to my second story. The second story, दूसरी जो मेरी कहानी है, is very Pakistani. So the first is that climate is changing, has changed, and that has changed the questions that we as scholars, social scientists in general, population scholars in particular, need to start asking this type of questions. The second is about youth. This is actually your story that people like me have borrowed, and I want to present you some things from this report that I did for the United Nations, UNDP, along with Faisal Bari and many people, including some of your colleagues, on the Pakistan National Human Development Report, which was on youth. Youth is a particularly important story. इस crowd को मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं है कि youth क्यों important है, उसके numbers क्या हैं. But we asked the question, what does it mean to be young in Pakistan? And we used your research, we used your numbers. Is it going to be a demographic boom? Is it going to be a bust? ये सारी कहानियां वो हैं जो हमने आपसे सीखी. And who will decide the future of those who will define the future of Pakistan? Now, I want to just share a few thoughts of what we have been founding. This is now 2 or 3 years old. but I think it is still relevant. And in many ways, politicians, both in government and opposition or then government, have taken it somewhat seriously. But this is retelling your stories of what is happening to young people in Pakistan, but also trying to add to it other dimensions. Now, I won't go through the demography part of this. You know that better than me. We are a young country. We will continue to be a young country till about 2070, when we will start worrying about it being a very poor country. I want to link it to human development because it was the human development report. Again, this audience probably knows that very well. It is a very Pakistani idea. It is a very Pakistani practice. We may not do well on it, but the fathers of it, in many ways, are many Pakistanis. What is human development? Human development is, especially owing to Dr. Mahbubul Haq, this idea that the better way to measure development is human development, which is health plus wealth plus knowledge. Right? That it is not just measuring wealth, it is health, wealth, knowledge, or वो तीन को जो है 0 to 1 पे लाके, you measure each on an index between 0 to 1, and you average those out. It's become more complicated over the years, but that's the basic idea, and that is a better measure. Now, while that is human development, when I speak to my students here, एक पाकिस्तानी जुमला उनको समझ आ जाता है, वो ये कि development है क्या? We can talk about it many ways. My best way of understanding what development is the answer to the question क्या हाल है? पंजाबी में पूछ लें, सिंधी में पूछ लें, उर्दू में पूछ लें कि क्या हाल, कि जब कोई किसी से पूछता है कि आपका क्या हाल है, उसका जो जवाब होता है, that is development. Now, I'm not saying this facetiously. This again builds on Dr. Mahbubul Haq, Meghna Desai and others' work. In a way, if you try this out, when you ask someone कि क्या हाल है, no one tells you कि उनका Gini coefficient क्या है. No one tells you कि foreign exchange reserves कितने. People essentially talk about three things, one way or the other: health, wealth, knowledge. मेरी कमर में बड़ा दर्द, मेरी वालदा बीमार है, मेरी नई नौकरी लगी, मेरी बेटी पास हो गई, मेरे नवासे को नौकरी मिली, मैंने बड़ी किताब पढ़ ली, कल मैंने वो यार ड्रामा देखा था, मैंने ये गाना सुना और ये बड़ा अच्छा. But all the things that we talk about come into those three ideas, and that is the notion of human development. Again, I've taken too long here, but here is where I want to take you from where we were starting. We looked at Pakistan on the Human Development Index. It has gone up, but actually हर साल थोड़ा सा number ऊपर जाता है, लेकिन our position has in fact gone down. We are now about 150th in the world ranking. Our human development was 0.404 in 1990. It is 562 in 17. It is and that is where human development was. ये वाली slide में जो I just realized थोड़ी सी पुरानी है. लेकिन जब पाकिस्तान या कोई भी पाकिस्तान में सोचता है कि how we are doing, what we really need to ask, what we really want to ask ourselves is कि यार इंडिया के साथ कैसे हैं? How are we doing compared to them? So that is the Human Development Index over time since it was started for India. Right? Now, again, you see the gap is increasing. And not only is the gap increasing, लेकिन पाकिस्तान की slope जो है वो कम हो गई है, इंडिया की slope थोड़ी सी ऊपर हो गई है. That is a story you know well. But let us make this story more interesting, especially in relation to this क्या हाल है, right? That is the people question. Let me put a more interesting country up there. And that more interesting country is Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka has been in the news for dil dalane wala ek aur reason. Lekin if you think about Sri Lanka, the thing to think about also is that in many ways their security challenges were even more greater than ours have ever been. And yet you see them on the Human Development Index much higher. Why is that so? Most people here would know the answer. They have a much higher rate of literacy and education, and that is what pushed it up, right? This country is more interesting. This is Afghanistan. Now, this number stops 4 years ago, so it might change. Lekin what this shows is that you invest a lot of money very quickly in education, and again, something changes. Even a more interesting country is Iran. If you look at the line that I just put, What is Iran? Why is Iran higher up in human development, despite all the sanctions, despite all the international pressure, and so on and so forth? One of the big reasons, again, is education, but especially women education. Iran is a leader in women's education, not only in the Muslim world, but in the entire region. A major leader in women's education, in higher education in particular. Bangladesh again is a lot in the news, and you see that line starting below Pakistan and then catching up and then moving forward, and now even beginning to rival India. What is the story there? It is the empowerment of entrepreneurs, particularly the Grameen factor or the empowerment of women. Again, these are all population stories. Nepal is a population story. These are all population stories, but with human development. So what we did with our study is we asked this question about youth in Pakistan, and we came to essentially these three answers, that there are three things that change the trajectory or can make a change in the life of young people. The first is education. Lekin sirf taaleem nahi, miyari taaleem, meaning the quality of education is as important, sometimes more important than the quantity. It is not a question of school kitne. It is कि उसमें पढ़ाया क्या जा रहा है और किस quality पे पढ़ाया जा रहा है. Employment, but employment also is not simply a rozgar ka issue. It is a bar maqsad rozgar ka issue. And what does bar maqsad mean? Again, there we have technical definitions. But what that means is good jobs, jobs that have security, jobs that have benefits, jobs that have long-term prospects. The question in Pakistan is not simply agar aapko bataye jobs itni hai, that is an incomplete answer because usme uski maqsadiyat nahi hai. And finally, engagement, meaning shamuliyat. Shamuliyat or hakiki shamuliyat, which means do young people feel that they have a say in the decisions that impact their life? चाहे वो डिसीजन सियासत की हो, चाहे वो मईशत की हो, चाहे वो तालीम की हो, चाहे वो शादी की हो, that engagement in their own lives. Those are the three big levers. Now, again, for time reasons, I'm only going to give a snapshot here because this, of course, was a multi-year project and lots to do. But what came out of it was, one, a traditional human development index. For the first time, it was done at a district by district level. So usually, we did it at a district level, including for the first time the FATA region, Gilgit-Baltistan, and AJK. And the result that came, जो आप map देख रहे हैं, वो अगर खुद भी आप सोचते तो शायद आप यही वाले रंग भरते. The issue is not what are green, what are red. That I think we kind of knew. The issue is the distance between the green and the red. So the best performing district in Pakistan is Lahore on human development. The worst performing is Chagi. The human development distance between Lahore and Chagi is many times more than the human development distance between Pakistan and Switzerland. And that is the human development story. Now, again, I won't go into the details of that, but we also did a gender human development index and a youth human development index to see कि वो regionally कैसे है. Again, the number part of this I'm going to skip. I'm going to come to the learning. The learning came as much from the index as from these 81 consultations where we talked to directly or indirectly as many as about 100,000, 8 lakh young people to ask them sort of what they were thinking it means to be young in Pakistan. And on the basis of the statistics as well as others, one of the things we did is we took your data mostly and we constructed, I asked my team, let's imagine कि एक कमरा है और उस कमरे में we can get 100 young people. And they are exactly representative of all young people in Pakistan, right? अगर हम statistically ऐसा कमरा बना सकें, तो what would those 100 young people look like if they represented all young people in Pakistan? And we try to populate that around many things. Some of this is not surprising at all कि उसमें कितने married होंगे, unmarried होंगे क्योंकि वो young है, so age profile. 53 will live in Punjab, only 14 will live in KP, 4 will live in Balochistan. Those things are also known. The language is also known. But as we got to the survey part of this, some of the things became much more interesting in terms of not just population number क्या है, but population की जिंदगी क्या है. For example, and again, this came from all sorts of research that we collected. Many of it you might have done. Of the 100 young Pakistanis, if they were totally representative, only 7 would have access to a sports facility. ये जरा इसको सोच लें कि सिर्फ 7 स्पोर्ट्स फैसिलिटी का मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई बड़ा स्विमिंग पूल, but any form of organized ground where they can indulge in any form of sport. And if 100 में से सिर्फ 7 है, then you start asking, what does it mean to be young? What do you do when you are young? And what are अगर sports से ज़्यादा 6 only out of 100 will have access to a library. Library again का मतलब ये नहीं है कि बहुत बड़ी library, any form of library. 6 का access का मतलब ये नहीं है कि 6 जो हैं सो वो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन सिर्फ 6 ऐसे हैं जो अगर इस्तेमाल करना चाहें तो वो कर सकते हैं. इंटरनेट 15 would have. Again, we think कि सारे इंटरनेट पे क्योंकि हम समझते हैं सारे हमारे जैसे. Now this might have changed in the last 2 or 3 years since we did it. There are also many much more interesting numbers, right? One of my most interesting ones was कि 80 out of the 100 would say कि we intend to vote next time. ये बहुत जबरदस्त number है, very different from many countries where young people are not interested in that. We asked them about happiness. 89 feel they are happy. Now वो है या नहीं, खासतौर पे जो तरीक होता है तो फिर happiness जो है वो एक survival tactic भी हो जाता है. One of my favorite one was about quality of life. And we asked them, do you expect your quality of life to be better than your parents? 67 of the 100 would say, we expect our life to be better than our parents, which is both in material terms, but they are also saying we demand, we not only expect, we demand that it be better, right? And that is the type of sort of picture we were getting of this cohort. Now, why am I putting this? If these numbers are half right and ye aapki number, then the biggest population question for Pakistan for the next 30, 40 years is understanding our youth. Because that question is going to remain there. Not simply कि वो कितने हैं, but what is happening to them. That has to be, from my mind, the central or one of the central driving questions for all population studies. मैंने वो जो 3 चीजें की थी, अगर आप मुझे इजाजत दें बहुत जल्दी एक glimpse देने की. We have many things there, but I'll give you only glimpse. On तालीम, instead of asking कि कितने out of school हैं, we tried to do the calculation कि how do we get to the constitutional requirement. Constitution आपका ये कहता है कि every child of school going age will be placed in school. वो तो अभी नहीं. So if we keep putting children in school at the rate we are now, how long before we will get to 0 children out of school, right? Again, so अभी आपका जो educational का enrollment growth rate है वो है 1%, which is actually quite high. ये दुनिया के हिसाब से काफी high है कि 1% enrollment increases every year. But if we want to go to 0 at this rate, what will happen? So I asked my team to sort of do those numbers, and they came back कि जी अगर हम इसी rate से अपनी enrollment बढ़ाते रहे हर साल, तो इंशाल्लाह 2076 में every child age का जो student है वो स्कूल में होगा. और मैं सर पकड़ के बैठ गया यार, 2076 में मैं तो इतने नहीं होना, मैं तो मर जाना है. Give me a number. Is it wrong of me to ask कि in my lifetime we should expect every child of school going age to get to school? They said कि इस range पे अगर आपने किया between population growth, between school growth and so on and so forth, that is what the projection would be. And एक मिनट जरा सोच लें कि इसका मतलब क्या है. इसका मतलब ये है कि it will take nearly as many years to get to that as Pakistan has been a country. Little less than that, but. So I said कि यार ये नहीं चलेगा. Please go back and redo the calculations and let us find a number जो मेरी एज वाले कम से कम अपनी जिंदगी में ये तवक्को तो कर सके कि हो सके. उन्होंने कहा अच्छा सर अगर आप एक 1.6% एनरोलमेंट ग्रोथ कर देते 60% उसे increase कर दें. So then we think by 2050, this target can be met, जो आपकी constitutional requirement. I said 2050 तक तो मैं नहीं रहना यार, मेरी सेहत देखो. Give me a better number. They came back and said, okay, then you will have to increase it 4 times, 400%. If you increase the enrollment growth rate by 400%, 4 times, then by 2030, you can get to that target, right? Now, again, this is back of the envelope calculation, but I think this is the type of questions that we should be asking and putting before policymakers to start shifting. Again, on Rozgar, this is a number that since then major parties have used multiple times, including the current government, and I'm very glad for all of them to use it, which is the number of jobs needed. We calculated it was, again, number varies because of time and so on and so forth. But essentially, you need about 1 million new jobs every year between now and somewhere around 2045. Now, million jobs sounds a lot. Lekin the real part of the report we were finding as we did the numbers on this is कि यार million job masla nahi hai. Masla million good jobs. You already make, I believe, about 300,000, 400,000 jobs a year between exit and entry. But most of those are not good jobs. किसी के घर पे काम कर रहा है, किसी का छोटा है, किसी का undocumented labor and so on and so forth. That needs to change. And finally, again, very much in relevance. So let me you hear this.
बुरा लगता है कि यार एक बात करो और आगे गालियां पड़ती हैं, लेकिन फेयरनेस ये है कि उसकी एक वजह है कि जब इंगेज यंग लोग इंगेज नहीं फील करेंगे, और इंगेज की हमने डेफिनेशन ये दी कि जो डिसीजंस, जो फैसले किसी नौजवान की जिंदगी पे सबसे बड़ा असर करते हैं, क्या उन फैसलों में नौजवान अपनी आवाज सुन सकता है या नहीं? चाहे वो शादी का फैसला, चाहे वो नौकरी का फैसला, चाहे वो सियासत का फैसला, और अगर वो नहीं करेगा तो कहीं ना कहीं वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकलेगी. और ये ट्विटर पे हमें बहुत नजर आती है कि जब अगर आप उसको डिसएंगेज करेंगे तो वो रिएक्ट करेगा लाइक अ फिजिकल फोर्स. अब अगर इतनी बदतमीजी से ना करे तो शायद बेहतर हो, लेकिन इट इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल. अच्छी खबर क्या, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में एक अहम फाइंडिंग जो आजकल जो बात हो रही है उसके हवाले से ये है कि आपका जो नौजवान है वो पॉलिटिकली एक्टिव होना चाहता है, और ये बड़ा अनयूजुअल है. अमूमन ममालिक में नौजवान जो है वो वोट नहीं डालते. हमारा जो तहकीक थी वो ये बताती है कि यहाँ जो है तकरीबन 80 से ज्यादा फीसद मर्द और 55 से ज्यादा फीसद खवातीन जो नौजवान हैं 15 से 29 साल की, वो ये कहते हैं कि हम अगली इलेक्शन में वोट डालना चाहेंगे. ये बहुत ज्यादा, वेरी वेरी हाई. और इसका पॉजिटिव बात, इसका मतलब ये है कि जो यूथ बल्ज है आज से लेके 2045 तक हर इलेक्शन जो हो, ये अगली इलेक्शन और हर आने वाली इलेक्शन 2040-2050 के दरमियान तक, उसका फैसला नए नौजवान वोटर्स एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. अगर ये नौजवान जो है ना, अगर ये कंस्टिट्यूंसी होते, अगर ये एक सूबा होता तो पंजाब से बड़ा होता.
ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग.
तो इसकी है जो इसकी तशवीश है वो ये कि हमने जो डिविजन्स अपनी सोसाइटी में बनाई है, जो ये नक्शा जाहिर भी करता है, वो हमने तमाम की तमाम अपने नौजवानों में मुंतकिल कर.
The point here again is about social attitudes. I won't sort of go into the detail of that again for time reasons, but let me show you one more clip.
Single most important finding is कि हमने पूछा कि यार आपकी जिंदगी आपके वालिदैन की जिंदगी से कैसे कंपेयर करते हैं, तो more than 65% said कि हमारी जिंदगी बेहतर. और मेरे ख्याल में इस बात ये है पॉलिटिकल पॉइंट इस सारी का. ये सिर्फ ये नहीं कह रहे कि हमारी, वो एम्पिरिकल बात नहीं कर रहे कि हमारी जिंदगी बेहतर है, वो आपसे डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि हमारी जिंदगी हमारे पेरेंट्स से बेहतर होगी.
मैंने ये जो क्लिप लगाए हैं जी सिर्फ इसलिए लगाए कि मेरी कोई टीवी पे मैं 2-1 बार आ गया था तो मैं वो यहाँ लगा दूं. I did it for a reason. One of my surprises was how very interested. I was totally blown away कि हर टेलीविजन चैनल जो था was covering this.
वो वसाइल नहीं मांग रहा, वो मौका मांग रहा है। वो ये नहीं कह रहा कि मुझे कुछ दो ताकि मैं काम करूं, वो कह रहा है यार आधे रास्ते से हट, मैं भागना चाह रहा हूँ, मेरे टांग में डंडी ना लगा, मुझे करने दो कुछ। टाइम ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी है, सिर्फ लावा नहीं है। मैंने कहा ना कि एक बूम भी है, हम झंडा लगाने का भी हमें शौक है, तराना गाने का भी हमें शौक है। आपको वो नजर आता है एक ऑनेस्ट पाकिस्तानियत, उनके पास एक विगर होता है, एक एंथुसियाज्म होता है, एक एंटरप्राइज होती है, नया काम करने का जोश होता है। उस चीज को अगर आप बोतल में बंद कर देंगे, ठीक, तो फिर तो छाल।
And the point, as I was saying about putting these clips, is I was very surprised. I didn't think issues like this would catch the attention, and this was at the height of the political season. ये report issue हुई थी right around the election, and partly इसलिए शायद important होगी. The point I want to make to this audience is that there is a great demand for relevant work on the great population issues of our time. And if we package it right, and if we ask the right question, if we ask the questions that policymakers and people are asking, there is a great uptake for that. And that to me was itself a major thing. Now, again, I have gone too long, लेकिन आप मुझे इजाजत दें, आखिरी वाली, my third story is much shorter. And I will go through it faster, but it is actually interesting. The third story is a story that came to me without me knowing what I was doing. आप सारों की तरह मेरे साथ भी जब COVID हुआ, we didn't know what we were doing, and this is the story of what I did with COVID and learned. Now, here are the tasveerein, and this was the class I was teaching at that time. Class immediately went hybrid. And आप वो Zoom पे पढ़ाते थे, इसलिए आप पीछे वो background लगा देते थे. But more than that, because I also manage a research center, we thought at the research center we would go and ask. We thought कि ये 2-3 महीने की गेम होगी, फिर ठीक हो जाएगा. In those 2-3 महीने, we thought we would ask some really bright people what they think the world after COVID would look like. Now, as it turned out, by the time this thing ended, we had interviewed 101 people. Each interview was only 5 minutes long. They ranged from Noam Chomsky to about 10 different Nobel winners, the Prime Minister of Italy, the United Nations Secretary General. It turned out कि लोगों के पास time भी बड़ा था, घर बैठ के वो हमारा जवाब दे देते थे. But suddenly we found that we were interviewing these really smart and really thoughtful experts, from journalists to artists to politicians, the head of the Labour Party in the UK, the chief of staff of the White House, the former director of CIA, all sorts of people. And we were asking only one question: कि आपकी field में, what will the world after COVID look like? I want to show you a little about what we found there. But before that, what we found was कि since then 101 के बाद we just ended, क्योंकि अब बहुत हो गया. लेकिन what we found was there was this great global interest in what we were doing. So all across the world, newspapers were covering it, interviewing us in all sorts of language. Spanish, French तो समझ आती है, लेकिन Catalan and Portuguese, and so on and so forth. So there was this great urge to try to understand कि जिंदगी जो है COVID के बाद होगी क्या. Now, again, I don't think we came up with answers, but I'll give you with the 4 big themes that we came out with. And then I want to show you a clip of some of the things that people were saying. And I show them because I would argue that is the third story which is going to change, is changing the questions that you need to be asking and the questions that will be asked of you as population experts. The first lesson we found was, this is early on. अब तो हमें आदत होगी ना कोविड की. हमने किया था ये मार्च में शुरू किया था और नवंबर तक किया पिछले साल. The first was that disruptions will accelerate. What that means is that the disruptions are not new. The changes are not new. वो कोविड की वजह से नहीं हुई. लेकिन the changes that were already in place, वो जो हम changing world की बात करते हैं, they are all being accelerated because of COVID. That it put it on speed dial. Whether it is the workplace and how the workplace changes, whether it is technology, whether it is e-learning, whether it is e-commerce, whether it is all sorts of things, the politics, whether it is the cracks in democracy, whether it is insecurity, whether it is India, China, the disruptions already there will accelerate. The second lesson that everyone seemed to be clear on is that the politics that was already turbulent before COVID COVID makes more turbulent. That anger in the planet that I had started with becomes boiling. ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर आप स्ट्रीट पे नहीं है कोविड की वजह से your anger has gone away. Your anger goes online as much and it develops even in worse directions. Third very important lesson that we found, and again I don't have time to go into each one of these, मैंने 3 presentation एक में डाल दी हैं. The third is that the habits of the pandemic will persist. मतलब ये कि there is no world, हम ऐसा नहीं है कि एक BC था before COVID और एक AC होगा after COVID. After COVID नया ही world होगा. लेकिन the habits that we have formed through the pandemic will not go away. जब आप 1.5 साल 2 साल 3 साल एक जिंदगी चेंज लाते हैं उसमें, चाहे वो वर्क की चेंज हो, चाहे वो जूम की चेंज हो, चाहे वो हाउ टू डू कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की चेंज हो, that doesn't go away. And that is going to have the biggest impact on the social fabric, as we are already seeing in many countries. And finally, the crisis will also create opportunities, but opportunities will not be automatic. Opportunities will be in the shift, and in the opportunities, there will be also losers. Again, e-education might be one of them, and we can talk about that later. But those opportunities will not be उसकी 2 important चीजें हैं कि एक वो automatic नहीं है कि हर एक को आ जाएगी, उसको सीज करना होगा, और दूसरी ये कि जब भी अपॉर्चुनिटी किसी के लिए होती है, किसी के लिए लॉस भी होती है. So let me show you just a few glimpses of what we were hearing from people. And the first of these, the change वहां इसलिए लिखा है कि क्या change होगा और क्या change नहीं होगा. What does change mean?
Society will be transformed, I think, permanently. And this notion of returning to status quo ante is, I think, not possible.
I think that the level of shakeup in our global economy is going to be the most serious challenge civilization has faced in 300 or 400 years.
If you look at the responses to this crisis, it is often going to lead to an incredible increase in the levels of debt that households, governments, and corporations are going to have.
When you're hit with something like Corona, which is simultaneously a demand and supply shock, and it continues in waves, this type of growth model that's based on consumption is a disaster.
How does the EU solve the problem of the pandemic economic crisis and also pull itself out of the Eurozone crisis?
The big question that I wish we had an answer for, and so far I don't think we have an answer for, is where will the good jobs come from?
Developing countries need to find as much fiscal space as they can possible. They are fighting the virus. Their debt is ballooning. They're also losing remittances, which many countries rely on. I would not expect many developing countries to get to 2019 levels of income by 2025.
One positive thing that has come out of this crisis might be to make developing countries more self-confident and make them seek their own ways.
If you said 40 years ago that inequality would have gotten a lot worse, people would have said, well, it'll be a revolution. Maybe it'll get worse still, and there won't be a revolution. Maybe this time will be too much.
A society that wants to deal with inequality, poverty, and injustice can, but it does mean you have to reduce the extreme, obscene levels of wealth in comparison to the extreme levels of poverty.
We need to develop an economic system, an international economic order, and a regulation of globalization that brings us to a more equitable and also sustainable development model for the future.
Allow me to show you one more, which is more related to कि जो इसको हम normal कहते हैं, वो कोई पहले भी इतना अच्छा normal
I've never seen a period in which the degree of uncertainty as to what the world will look like politically is greater than it is today.
What COVID-19 has done is to confirm the long-term trend of the return of Asia.
Human society and history tends to pick up on 3 or 4 different topics that affect us all. One is disease. It's part of our global history. One is on climate. One is natural resources. And one is on demographics. So right now, China sits in the middle of all of those kinds of questions.
COVID-19 really revealed, I think, a number of uncomfortable truths about the United States and China and their relationship.
Underlying fundamental structural lucidity and rivalry in which a rapidly rising China is seriously threatening to displace the US.
Security. The EU is in a very bad neighborhood, and that also links to the migrant and refugee crisis.
One of the effects that we see is fear of migrants ramping up.
I have been surprised how suddenly we are now concerned more about how many masks a country has as opposed to how much oil or energy.
There should be a conversation about what should be the definition of national security in the 21st century.
I think for the United States, alliances become more important. NATO becomes more important.
It's very clear that because of COVID, the United States is going to leave the Middle East. We have to expect that some governments in the Middle East would fall.
Already, we've seen a number of African countries that have suspended elections. And I can promise you, I can guarantee you that there will be many more countries in 2020 that do suspend their elections.
This US election is the most important exercise of the democratic franchise anywhere in the world, I would say, for the last 90 years at least.
It's embarrassing how terribly America has addressed this problem.
I think it's very important for the next president of the United States to really try to heal what has happened to our country.
The world after COVID is going to look an awful lot like the world before COVID.
Let me allow me not to. I've used your generosity of time very much. So let me try to end there just with the following sort of catch-up thought. As you know, whenever I speak to Pakistanis, I try to pour too much in there, and I think I put too much here. But the big point I want to leave you with is, okay, the world is changing. There are many dimensions of change. I have tried to highlight 3 of them. One is climate, which creates new questions and new opportunities and new research avenues for all of us in social sciences, but especially for those who study population in any way. The second, in terms of population itself, is the question of youth, which I think ought to be one of the central questions for anything dealing with population in Pakistan, because it is going to be the defining feature of our demography. And the third is COVID, where I gave you some sampling of how others in the world are beginning to think about it. And I think we ought to be thinking about it in similar fashions, not simply about what is happening with the vaccine right now, but what type of changes are now already in the mix because of this. Let me end there. Let me thank you for your patience. Let me apologize, please, for taking too long. But thank you. बहुत शुक्रिया.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Adil Najam. Dr. Adil Najam, sir, thank you for a very inspiring and very moving talk. Equally hopeful and scary and in equal parts. I would like to introduce the August gathering for this session. The chair for the session, Professor Dr. Mohammad Nizamuddin, who will be delivering his remarks. Professor Dr. Mohammad Nizamuddin is the Pro-Rector of Superior University, Lahore. He is the former rector of University of Central Punjab, former chairperson, Higher Education Commission Punjab, and the former Vice Chancellor, University of Gujarat. Dr. Nizamuddin has served the United Nations for 24 years, where he has held several senior positions in Jordan, Egypt, and Ethiopia, and as Director for the Asia and Pacific region, and as Director for Technical Policy and Development at the UN headquarters, New York. Dr. Nizamuddin has also served as HEC Foreign Faculty Professor in Punjab University's Department of Sociology. He has been teaching PhD and master's level courses, supervising PhD dissertations, coordinating the department's PhD program, and serving as a member of the doctoral program coordinating committee. Apart from teaching, Dr. Nizamuddin has also served as a member of the HEC curriculum committees for reviewing and revising syllabi of rural sociology and geography. For his contributions and services to Pakistan, Dr. Nizamuddin has been awarded with the highest civilian award, Sitara Imtiaz, by the government of Pakistan. I'd like to invite Dr. Nizamuddin to come and share his remarks with this August audience. Sir, stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the long introduction. But what he forgot that I've been the past president for the 4 years of PAP. So that's my served. So let me begin with that before I comment on Adi Najim's fabulous presentation that he made. When I was listening to the president, current president of PAP, I'm really pleased to know that how many papers have been submitted and how well organized this conference come. I was very skeptical when I was leaving the post after 4 years. I was really worried what will happen to PAP, because I had realized in 4 years there is funding available. There's not much activity for the members and professionals joining the conference. Most conferences were not research oriented, not research papers. They were just discussions and seminars. But this time I see you have research papers, invited papers, invited speakers like Adi Najim. So I must congratulate the new Executive Council and the President for really taking it further and strengthening it. I'm very pleased to see that happening. Congratulations again from my heart. Okay. Coming back to the today's invited speaker. It's an amazing presentation, as you can imagine. Adi Najim always does this. He has the experience of Pakistan as well as the world. But what important message I'll get from his presentation, as he said himself, we talk about projections, estimations, but we rarely talk about current population situation, what's happening to us today. In this context, if you remember, I organized a conference 2 years ago. Report is available. Are we ready for the second Pakistan in the first centenary of Pakistan? I had thought about it. This was not very much commonly agreed upon. But I said, no, we should talk about it. Are we ready for Pakistan, second Pakistan? Some people thought I'm talking about dividing further Pakistan. What is second Pakistan would be? I got this idea 25 years ago from India. There was an another Indian demographer said, are we ready for second India? It was funded by, I think, by Ford Foundation at that time. They did a lot of analysis. We thought we'll start this analysis, but unfortunately it's not started. My argument was, are we ready for this second Pakistan? Are we ready for the resources, the housing, health, education, environment that will be needed, the same land area that we have today, hopefully. But nothing has yet started on that second Pakistan issue. I hope the future conferences will talk about it. On this line, there's a World Bank report available on Pakistan population status, available about 20 years ago. They talked about the implications of population growth on these dimensions. That will be very useful to start with. I think we should start some research grants to universities to start this kind of research. Are we ready for second Pakistan? I'm glad to know that Balochistan think tank has started taking keen interest in this, and the president is sitting here. I'm very pleased to know that they have started talking about it. Balochistan was not very much in the limelight discussing population issue because I think otherwise population will not be their issue. They started thinking about it. I think PAP, again, PAP should be congratulating itself, as the president said. It's really amazing that how PAP has continued to organize annual conferences. I've seen many conferences of associations like Sociological Association, Economics Association. I think the PAP conducts annual conferences, but they're again not so regularly as we have done for the last 22 years. This is really amazing group, but only if this group could continue working throughout the year, we may see better results. For that, I think we need to have some resources set aside, both from the funders of PAP conferences and as well as the national organizations and the national agenda to include. But that's about the second Pakistan. But let's talk about the Najam's argument. And this report, I was participating in the youth report. Really, if you take those findings, start raising the questions today, as I can see, 27 million children are out of school today in Pakistan. It's shameful. 27 million children are not able to go to school. And the number is growing because it's always added the dropout of children, in school dropouts from primary and secondary. So they're added but not picked up. And nothing significant policy-wise has been done except passing the law that everybody has to go to school by law. But there's no structural arrangement to implement this law. There's no transportation system, there's no school system, there's no schools available. The schools available in primary school, distance away, the children cannot travel. So the schools are empty, teachers available, schools are not there. But the policy has not changed. I had argued very boldly that every mosque should be declared as a primary school. The mosque has everything. It has fans, water supply, halls. They can start in the morning up to Zohar, prayer, and free, available. Otherwise, the mosques are locked. This is a resource available to Pakistan, but they're not using it. One stroke of pen, you decide that every mosque will be a primary school. You see this, 27 million children will go away, they'll be all in school from day one. That decision can be made by policymakers. I don't know why. I've been talking about this very vocally, openly. Although some people fear that no, this will become Islamic. But the mosque, Masjid, Maulvi Sahib can be teacher. He'll teach Islamic studies. Just add 2 more teachers, you make a primary school. As it is happening in Punjab, there are some girls who have started schools in their own homes, integrated schools up to primary level, they teach schools, and they're successful going on. I think Pakistan government should take notice of this and start using this resource available to Pakistan. You know, every village has a resource. I think we should use this. That's the only way to address Adil Najam's question of how many years will it take to put every child in a school as per the act that we have passed in Pakistan. Regarding the employment, I think COVID has done wonderful things for Pakistan. I sometimes say it's a blessing for Pakistan. But that blessing seems to be now short-lived. We started online education. We developed some systems of providing online education, but then stopped it. We have not invested sufficient funds to build the infrastructure for online education. We have not learned that online education is going to be the future of education. This cannot be relying on in-person education, and also this changing that taking place in the education system. As a Harvard report suggested, that our curriculum are only as good as 4 years from now, from you get the degree. That after 4 years, those are not relevant. The world is changing so rapidly. So our argument is now that university degrees are not relevant, not even 4 years, not relevant even today to the market requirements. So unless we make the syllabus curriculum relevant to our market, international market. Secondly, we talk about urban bulge, youth bulge. We never talk about how to employ them. You can never employ them in Pakistan because we will never have so many jobs in Pakistan period. Our economy will not support it. So we have to prepare them to go out and earn the living. We're not preparing them. We're not giving them skills that are needed in the job market. So our school system, our education system is not preparing them. So the next item that Adil Najam talked about, schooling of young people, because children, I think we are not preparing for this. So I think unless we change the curriculum system and change the degree programs. In fact, I'm negotiating with a group in England called FinTech. They talk about a 4-year courses as like ACCA course, and ultimately a CA course, without a university degree. They all talk about the world requirement today is about 1.5 million jobs are being created, for which they don't have people to work. Whereas you're losing 1.1 million jobs, every traditional job, conventional jobs, because there's no people, no jobs available for them. So unless we retrain, unless we start short-term courses of skills that are market needed in Pakistan as well as abroad, we will not be able to employ them. So I think if we seriously looked into this, have a look to this. I'm talking about universities now have to be without walls. Universities have to become online education, and the world has to become digitalized. So there's no way you can. And Coursera has been stopped talking about degree programs themselves. The Coursera courses are available, and we can be using them. But somehow, our universities are shying away from it. They leave it to the teachers; they can learn themselves. But many students are taking those courses themselves in order to get jobs. I think the university system, education system has to change and incorporate how the skill development can start. The third item that Rajab talked about, you look at climate change, environment, I will not delve with, that's not my specialization, but the meaningful employment means skills development, and it's not happening. We have a skill university in Islamabad, but they're not preparing the skills, they're still going on the same routine degree program. You need to really go for non-degree programs, prepare them for 1 year, within the 1 year, for a job. You cannot wait for 4 years and then not get a job. All degrees in universities are 4-year degrees, but they're not preparing them for a job even after 4 years. So the question is, how can you prepare them? And within 1 year, they can have jobs after the 1 year. That means new technologies. This institute in London is called New Emerging Technology Institute. Emerging technologies which have jobs available, 1.5 million jobs available in the market in Europe, for which they don't have trained students or trained human resources. So we need to really fill that gap, and we can do that because we have a large number of young people available in Pakistan. So my appeal to our colleague in PAP would be to organize symposium or seminar right away, bring together all the educationists and talk about how can we really enrich, skill our young people. Apart from degree, we can have a degree program, but degree will not be preparing them for jobs. You can have one above the degree or without a degree. Instead of wasting 4 years as a degree, you should spend the 4 years in emerging technology certification program. Because the degrees are not needed anymore. They're needing skills. And everybody knows that a BBA degree or a BS degree is not preparing them for skills. They're just routine academic programs. So unless we change them drastically and change the school education, the 27 million children, they will go on increasing unless we change the policy. Because you cannot wait for a private school to be built, because you don't have transportation system. So therefore, let's use it, what's available to us right away. It can be done from day one if we start a decision. Almost will become private schools in Pakistan. You'll see the revolution taking place. And I think it's doable. So I think I want to thank PAP New Management, New Executive Council, for inviting me to talk today. And I was very much, as usual, impressed with Adil Ajam Saab. He always comes up with brilliant ideas. And I hope he comes back to Pakistan and serves with us, because he's has been a great resource when he was at PAPS, LUMS, and the UNDP report that he prepared from the youth. I'm looking forward to interact with him. I think we need to have such experts coming to Pakistan working with us. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the new Executive Council of PAP and the NUST for organizing this, hosting this conference, or Dean Principal sitting here at PAP. Thank you very much, NUST, for hosting us. And thank you again, dear audience.
Thank you, Dr. Nizamuddin, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor for this session, Ms. Shanaz Wazir Ali, is the president of Zabist and also a former president for the Population Association of Pakistan, was scheduled to also be with us today virtually. However, she is unable to join us, but she said she needs to join one of the subsequent sessions later in the day. I would like to share with you all a quick overview of the PAP progress. So, at the risk of keeping you back from the tea break, and we are a little bit over time, so please bear with us. I'd like to share with all of you a very quick Secretary's report for the Population Association of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, PAP's mission is to promote and strengthen the discipline of population studies by providing a forum for subject experts to share their scientific knowledge and experience while facilitating their professional development. Specifically, PAP's objectives include facilitating and advising and encouraging research, as well as advising stakeholders on critical policy issues in different disciplines related to population. PAP also has the charge to build capacity of young professionals and students through courses and training opportunities in population at the national and international level by arranging scholarship funds and also undertaking direct capacity building when requested. PAP is also tasked with publishing in journals, publishing newsletters and other scientific and professional publications. PAP's objectives also includes conferring awards when required on scholars who have made outstanding contributions to the general area of population studies. And last but not the least, PAP is also mandated to collaborate with other national and international organizations pursuing similar goals and carrying out such activities as are conducive to attaining the objectives that are described above. Over the last 22 years since its inception, PAP has continuously expanded and grown every year. We are now able to boast over 30 institutions and over 500 individuals who are members of PAP. We have life members, we have regular members, institutional members, as well as a special provision to induct student members within PAP as well. We have been guided by national luminaries who have directed and steered and provided the leadership to PAP over the last over 2 decades. Of these, most notable, of course, and I apologize, sir, for mentioning that. Sometimes we take people closest to us a little for granted sometimes. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nizamuddin, Ms. Shanaz Wazir Ali, Ms. Shaida Asfar, Dr. Saeed Shafkat, Dr. Nausheen Mahmood, Dr. Mehtab Kareem, Dr. Zeba Sattar, and the late Dr. M.S. Jilani, and several of these individuals are present today, and we are very, very grateful for you taking the time out to be with us today. Our donors and development partners over the last 2 decades consist of several national and international private sector entities and non-governmental and international non-governmental organizations, most notably UNFPA and Population Council. However, several other development partners, including Marie Stopes Society, Pathfinder, Rahnuma Family Planning Association of Pakistan, HANS, RSPN, to name a few, have been development partners and donors for the PAP activities over the last 22 years. We have hosted 21 conferences before this. What you see on the screen is a quick overview of the last 5 conferences that we've hosted. We've covered a wide range of themes, ranging from investing in family planning to also asking the question whether we are ready for a second Pakistan at its first centenary. Last year's conference was the only conference that we could not do with a university partner due to pandemic restrictions, but we used that to our advantage and conducted a multi-city hybrid mode conference with 3 sessions in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. Our university partners over the last several years have consisted of leading academic institutions in the country. In addition to NUST, we have held conferences with the Quaid-e-Azam University, with the University of Peshawar, IBA, Aga Khan University, and others to name a few. Our achievements have that we've accumulated over the last several years. First and foremost, PAP has been pushing the agenda forward for being a thought leader in population studies. We are the sole national forum for presenting scientific research on population issues and ensuring that there is interaction between key policymakers and researchers. We have hosted 21 annual research conferences and have circulated consolidated key recommendations from these conferences. We have also hosted 17 regional seminars on different population-related issues in all 4 provinces of the country with support of our development partners. PAP was awarded the US Library of Congress Award, Exchange Partner Award for our sharing of publications, and this was conferred in the year 2013. And as you have already noticed, we have had a large number of national and international luminaries as keynote speakers and delivering invited lectures at the conference, including Professor Dr. J.B. Castelline. We heard Dr. Adil Najam. We will be hearing from Dr. Iqbal Shah later on in the conference. And in addition to taking forward thought leadership, PAP has been providing direct policy support and inputs. Some of these are mentioned on the slides. I will not go into this detail in the interest of time since we are already a little over time. However, these indicate the inputs that the PAP leadership continues to provide in their interactions with the policymakers and decision makers at both the provincial and national levels. We have been actively engaged in building capacity across the national landscape. The President PAP delivered a lecture on population dynamics at the national for the 109th management course. PAP has conducted a manuscript writing course with the Sukh initiative of Aman Healthcare Services Foundation, Karachi, including providing support for publications. And we have conducted 5 3-day training courses to help build the capacity of social scientists in qualitative and quantitative research, and that of professionals working in the social sector. And ladies and gentlemen, the journey doesn't end here, it continues. And the first step of that journey is the first day of our 22nd Annual Population Research Conference. Thank you very much. And I would like to request our Vice President, Ms. Senior Spark, to please share their vote of thanks for Ms. Senior Spark, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zahir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. On behalf of Population Association of Pakistan, it gives me the great pleasure to acknowledge all those individuals and organizations who have contributed in organizing this 22nd Annual Research Conference on Population Challenges in a Changing World. I would like to start by thanking Lieutenant General Retired Javed Mahmood Bukhari, Rector NUST, for collaboration and the administrative support of the NUST team in organizing this research conference at their campus. In this regard, we are highly thankful to Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan, Principal School of Social Sciences and Humanities, S3H, and his team, including Dean Dr. Salma Siddiqui, Dr. Muhammad Zahid Siddiqui, HOD Economics Department, Dr. Faisal Abbas, the administrative staff, and the students of SPH who have fully supported and facilitated that in the whole process of preparations, and I'm sure will continue their support throughout these 3 days of the conference proceedings. We wish to express our deep gratitude to the Honorable Dr. Arif Alvi, President of Pakistan, for consenting to inaugurate the 3 days conference this afternoon. Our special thanks to Dr. Adil Najam, Dean Frederick S. Pardy School of Global Studies, Boston University, for spending time to deliver a very comprehensive and enlightening keynote speech this morning. Let's see if we find the answers of his questions, especially the question that have population challenges of Pakistan changed. Thanks are also due to Dr. Nizamuddin, our very respected former president of PAP, for kindly gracing this opening session with his presence and very positive feedback. We would like to convey our appreciation and gratitude to all the chairs, co-chairs of the technical and plenary sessions, the discussants, panelists, and national and international guest speakers for taking time out of their busy schedule to contribute in these 3 days for this academic forum. The distinguished participants, government dignitaries, population professionals, researchers who will be attending and participating in various sessions, the conference organizers thank them in anticipation. Within the donor community, we must express gratitude towards UNFPA for generously giving financial support to PAP. Their support is indeed a reaffirmation of their commitment to the population cause in Pakistan. Thanks to Population Council, HANDS, Pathfinder, FPAP, and RSPN for their continued commitment to PAP and its activities through financial as well as technical support and guidance. A deep appreciation for all the diligence and hard work put in by the technical review committee members, including Dr. Zeba Sattar, Dr. Nosheen Mahmood, Dr. Tausif Ahmed, Dr. Dure Nayab, and PAPC members for their scrutiny and review of a large number of abstracts to select the most relevant papers for the technical sessions of this conference. And a very special thank you to the PAP Executive Council, Dr. Pleed Middle, Dr. Arshad Mahmood, Dr. Aisha, Dr. Minhaj Tiwari, Dr. Saima Bishi, Dr. Sartaj Naim, Dr. Sarwat Mirza, and Dr. Zahir Gul, led by its president, Dr. GMRF, for doing all the tedious work to shape up 3 days program, collating papers, reaching out to the partner organizations and donors seeking their support, as well as to the professionals, relevant policymakers, academia, and bureaucrats for ensuring their willingness to participate in the relevant sessions. Thanks to Imran Ahmed, Treasurer PAP, who has managed financial matters very elegantly. I'm short of words to acknowledge the immense contribution of Mr. Tahir Qureshi, Executive Officer PAP. All the hard work for materializing the thoughts and ideas in the shape of this 3-day conference. He was closely supervised by the Secretary General, Dr. Zahir Gul, and assisted by Ms. Mahnoor, Mr. Mujahid Khan, and Mr. Alimar. They have worked around the clock. They deserve special gratitude. So thank you, Tahir. Thank you, your team. Thank you very much. Thank you, SPS. Thank you, NBS, for providing this platform for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. आपने मेरे मुंह की बात Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the close of the opening session today. And unfortunately, since we went a little over time, we will be taking that time out of your tea break a little bit. So please, let's proceed for the tea break, and we will be reconvening for the first technical session in the same NBS seminar hall in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
तेलुगु में मैंने एटीट्यूड पे बहुत बात की, आपको देखा आपने? एटीट्यूड इज एवरीथिंग, चेंज योर एटीट्यूड। पहला मैसेज ये हो गया। पीपल गेट हायर्ड फॉर देयर स्किल्स एंड फायर्ड फॉर देयर एटीट्यूड। मैंने यूटी में एक यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो का प्रोफेसर हायर किया, बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी है अमेरिका की, टॉप 10, दुनिया की टॉप 10 में, अर्बाना शम्पेन।
Can our technical team let us know the status?
Salim is presenting virtually, sir. I'm confirming whether she's able to connect. उनका भी message आया था that her network is having some trouble. Okay. I'll just confirm if she's not available, then Dr. Fareed will present in her stead.
In case we can have the second presenter.
Ji sir, Dr. Fareed is the second presenter.
Okay.
जी just wanting to confirm. Connected हैं आप? अच्छा अच्छा. डॉक्टर सारा हैं ऑनलाइन, उनको ओपन कीजिए कैमरा माइक देखिए पार्टिसिपेंट्स में सारा सलीम जी कोई अनम्यूट कर दीजिए. Sir, we have Dr. Sara. Okay.
Dr. Sara, can you hear us, please?
जी जी बिल्कुल.
Okay. So please introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. So Dr. Zahid, will you put up the presentation?
Dr. Sara, it is being put up. Please bear with us.
Okay, sure. I'm waiting. Thank you. Jab tak, I'll take the liberty to say my salam to Dr. Atia, Dr. Tausif, and I think that is Dr. Rehan.
Sir, in the presentation, यही जो determinants of maternal mortality.
Determinants of. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we have the larger screen? Okay.
Sara, you are good to go. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to present a little bit of in-depth results on the determinants of maternal mortality, and I'm very grateful for Dr. Farid Bidar, Dr. Tausif, and NIPS team for allowing me to present these results on the great work they have done on the estimates of maternal mortality. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So we all know that the one of the leading causes of mortality among women of reproductive age, especially in low and middle income countries, related to pregnancy and childbirth. And the recent survey on maternal mortality estimated countries' maternal mortality ratio as 186 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births, which has come down from 276 in 2007 as estimated in Pakistan Demographic Health Survey of 2006 and 7. So we are presenting in-depth analysis of Pakistan maternal mortality survey data, recent data of 2019, to highlight the major risk factors of maternal mortality. Can we go to next slide, please? Thank you. So the total sample size which in this survey was considered was more than 136,000 households, which represented the 4 provinces including AJK and GB as well this time. And in each household, births and deaths of last 3 years were recorded. A subsample, approximately 10% married women in 15 to 49 years age group were interviewed to elicit information on pregnancies related to last 3 years. So verbal autopsies interviews of household reporting a female death were carried out by the specially trained interviewers, and then these forms were scrutinized by a panel of obstetrician and general practitioners in order to assign a cause of death using International Classification of Disease version 10, ICD-10. Can we move forward? So we have Dr. Farid, myself, have tried to do a nested case control study where we included maternal deaths, 141 as our cases, and the controls were randomly selected from women who had a pregnancy during last 3 years, and we took a sample fraction of 0.42, and these cases and controls were not matched, and for our sample size we considered a power of 90% to detect an odds ratio of 1.5 or higher at 95% confidence level. Next, please. So for the univariate, we did some cross tabulations with age parity, history, pregnancy loss, education, SES, with the survival and the death status. We used chi-square test and computed unadjusted odds ratios. And then we did some logistic regression models, including important risk factors of maternal mortality as independent variables and case control status, that is the survival and death, as dependent variable. So, and computing adjusted odds ratio. Can we move ahead? The purpose was also to compare the risk factors which were considered in the PDHS survey of 2006 and 7. Can we go to results? Next slide, please. So this is a slide which is showing the MMR and 95% confidence limits of and comparing of 2006 and 2019. And in PDHS 2006, we see the maternal mortality was 276 per 100,000 live births, and we can see a drop in 2019 of 186. The confidence intervals are also given here, but we see that in 2019 it's marginally significant. I mean, these are just the upper limits and the lower limit of 2006 are just overlapping, so it's significant, we can say, at the level of 0.05. Can we move ahead, please? If you look at the maternal mortality ratio by province and compare it with 2006 and 2019, we see that there is a drop of maternal mortality in all the provinces, and this drop is very much marked in Balochistan, as we can see on the slide. However, all the confidence intervals are overlapping, making this insignificant. Can we move ahead? So if you look at the causes of maternal mortality and compare it with 2006 and 19, we see that there is a drop in the indirect and other obstructed causes, but we can see an increase in abortion. There is a decrease in infection related causes as well, but there is an increase in the maternal deaths related to abortions, hypertensive disease, and obstructed hemorrhage as compared to 2006 data. Can we move ahead, please? So the unadjusted, if we look at the unadjusted odds ratios, we see that the women who died were more than or equal to 35 years of age, and the outcome of their last pregnancy was not favorable, and also that these women were 80% less likely to have used any contraceptive method before last pregnancy, and they were, though it's not significant, but still they were less likely to have antenatal care in last pregnancy. Can we move ahead? Continuing with the unadjusted odds ratio, we look at that the rural dwellers were more at risk of dying, and the women who were protected were 10th grade or higher educated, and those women living in the lower and middle quintiles or lower or middle status household income status were more at risk of died. Actually, they were more at risk of belonging to low and middle income status. Can we move ahead? And if you look at, this is for the rural clusters only. Again, the maternal deaths were more. These women were more at likely to live at the greater than 35-kilometer distance from the district headquarter, but this difference was not seen into the nearest town, and also it was not statistically significant, and also the lady health worker in the village had not made any difference. Can we move ahead? So if you look at the ANC provider in the last pregnancy, that is of the 2019 data as compared to the controls, we see that these women, they went more to, the women who died went more to the general practitioner for their antenatal visit as compared to the controls who were more going towards any specialist, that is OBGYN. and this difference was statistically significant. Can we move ahead? So if we look at the adjusted odds ratios, again we see the women who died were more likely to be greater than or equal to 35 years of age, and the parity we have included here, but was not found to be significant. But again, the adverse outcome of last pregnancy made these women more at risk. These women who died were more likely to have abortion, miscarriage, or stillbirth in their last pregnancy. And then again, these women were.
You have 1 minute more, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm just correct. They were more likely to be using the family planning methods, and they were 2 times surprisingly to use antenatal care, more so with the general practitioners. Maybe go ahead with. Please move ahead with these slides. So the major risk factors of maternal mortality identified were age greater than or equal to 35 years, prior history of pregnancy loss, not using family planning method, and rural women who are living more than 35 kilometers away from a major city. And these women were more likely to have ANC, but were less likely to have a specialist care during pregnancy. Move ahead with this slide, please. So if we compare the risk factors between 2019, the factors remained the same. Move ahead, please. Thank you. To summarize, the reduction of MMR between 2000 and 19 is marginally significant. There is no significant reduction in the provinces, and the causes of maternal mortality showing some significant changes. There is an increase in the proportion of maternal deaths due to obstructed hemorrhage and hypertensive disease, but there is a proportionate reduction in the maternal deaths due to other causes. But the major risk factors remain the same. Can we move ahead, please? Yeah, it's done. Last. So we recommend that these are the modifier risk factors, and we don't need any rocket science to decrease the maternal mortality. All you need is a proper care, a timely management, and the equipment services provision there in the hospitals. And of course, as we heard early in the morning, that education status of women is equally important, especially the young women, to take their decisions, right decisions. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dr. Aisha Shiraz, and she'll be talking the patterns of health services utilization by women during pregnancy and childbirth in Pakistan, an in-depth analysis of Pakistan Maternal Mortality Survey 2019. Please welcome Dr. Aisha Shiraz.
Thank you. Respected Honorable Chair, Dr. Tasim Kidwai Saab, and fellow colleagues, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I start with the name of Allah, the most beneficent and merciful. I have to deliberate upon patterns of health services utilization by women during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period in Pakistan, and it is overview and in-depth analysis of Pakistan Maternal Mortality Survey. Sequence of presentation is as flashed. There are 3,000 women die each year because of obstructive complications, translating to 1 woman dying in 20 minutes. And the majority of deaths occurs in rural areas and urban slums, and nearly all 99% maternal, newborn, and child deaths occur in low and middle income countries. And continuum of care could meet these challenges and improve the health and survival of women, newborn, and children worldwide. The methodology for this paper is the survey, Pakistan Maternal Mortality Survey was conducted at NIPS, and it is at national level, urban-rural estimates, and of the 4 provinces. It includes all women who reported 1 or more such complications and asks a series of questions concerning treatment-seeking behavior in relation to most recent pregnancy during last 3 years. I have utilized 2 approaches, literature review and quantitative analysis, which is bivariate and multivariate. The main objectives are maternal mortality situation, then maternal healthcare seeking behavior among deceased women, then the living woman who had morbidity, and the way forward for policymakers. And the limitation is that is only limited to PMMS data. The problem is that maternal mortality still prevails in Pakistan, and it is linked to a range of various factors as well as healthcare utilization, and we have to assess the nexus between the maternal mortality and the healthcare. As already defined by Ms. Sara Salim, so I'll skip this. This maternal mortality only excludes deaths by accident or violence and includes deaths within 40 days after birth. The literature also says that the maternal mortality is the day of topic of the day, and the continuum care and the safe birth is critical to the health of both women and newborn. And we should keep in mind the time from pregnancy to childbirth and early days of and years of life. And second dimension is linking the various levels of home, community, and health facilities. There are several declarations and law relating to maternal mortality. United Nations Commission on Status of Women passed a resolution to eliminate preventable maternal mortality, and SDGs 2015 also said that maternal mortality should be reduced to 70 per 100,000 live births, and neonatal mortality to below 12 per 100,000 live births. And there are also national guidelines on maternal and perinatal death surveillance and response, which are prepared by Government of Pakistan and Ministry of National Health Services Regulation and Coordination. And other declarations are of human right to mother and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance. Countries have obligation to monitor the performance of private healthcare organizations. And Pakistan is also signatory in the Vision 2025 for SDG goal Health for All. It is goal 3. The global perspective is that maternal mortality has declined by 2.3% per year by 1992, 12-15. And the other under 5 mortality rate has declined by more than half, dropping from 90 to 43 deaths per 1,000 live births. And the objective is calls for country every newborn through measurement, program tracking, and accountability. The regional view is that in the sub-Saharan Africa, the problem still prevails, and it is expected that 5.4 decline per annum is required to achieve the Millennium Development Goals. I'll just deliberate upon the situation analysis through Pakistan Maternal Mortality Survey. The trends in the place of births from 1990 to 2019 PMMS. It is found that the births from the health facilities has increased from 14 to 17.1% in the last more than 20 years, and from 85 births at home has declined to 29 births at home. Health facility delivery by region also shows that highest births are still in 51% births are still in Balochistan. It is lowest and highest in Punjab and AJK. These are the maternal mortality ratios already discussed by Ms. Sara, that it is highest in Balochistan, but it has a significance level, which is also high. And the confidence interval is quite wide in this area, and it is 186 deaths per 100,000 live births for Pakistan. These are the mortality rates trends from 2006 PDHS to 2019 maternal mortality, and it is found that there is still a high gap in 35 to 39 age group where still births are, mothers are dying. The deceased women place of death by residents shows that 7% women in urban areas and 15% still die on the way to the hospital returning to the home. So it is really a point to ponder upon, and 31% deaths are at home and 39% in rural areas. Availability of services, we see that only 17% basic health units are available in within the community with less than 5 kilometers, and 7% hospitals and 6% rural health centers. The maternal health complications are reported by the doctors. The highest complication reported is high blood pressure, followed by problem with the position of the baby. Some of the bivariate results are assistance during delivery or live births. Most of the live births are handled by the obstetricians, followed by doctors, and then 21% is still assisted by guys and TBS. For the stillbirths, it is the same pattern, obstetrician followed by doctor and then guys. These are the complications women are having. Most of the women, 27% are having anemia and followed by severe nausea and vomiting during pregnancy and then high blood pressure. The treatment they have received by household and urban residents is that most of the women are going to the public sector hospitals, 39% in urban areas and 35% in rural areas.
You have a minute to go.
Okay. The timing of postnatal checkups, I'll just skip some of the slides. It is the ANC assisted deliveries and PNC is 50% deliveries are assisted by the skilled persons. And the treatments for maternal morbidity also, we have also seen the women who are high risk pregnancies and morbid women, we have also collected data on these women. And these complications are also highest anemia followed by nausea. And the pregnancy complications by region shows that highest complications are in Balochistan and less are in Punjab. ANC seeking from skill provider shows that highest ANC is taken by women in Punjab and lowest in Balochistan. These are the complications and handled by the obstetrician and specialist. Little less than half are handled by specialists. In the postpartum period also, most of the person are obstetricians. So the care seeking behavior I have seen by other socioeconomic things also, status also. It is that by high wealth status, it is already assumed that high health status women are less likely to die with pregnancy complications. This is by education as well. I'll just skip the slides as I have little time. So in the analysis, the key underlying concept of maternal health are related to women's choices, control and decision making. More healthcare is sought by education and higher wealth status, higher will be the healthcare seeking behavior. So it is also affected by number of children, wealth status, age of women, residence, region of residence and education. It is concluded that 90% of women with complication during pregnancy received care from skilled provider during their antenatal care visits, and 22% with pregnancy complications in Balochistan did not receive antenatal care compared to 5% of women in Punjab. 63% of women with postpartum complication received care from skilled provider during the postpartum period. I'll just go to the recommendations. I have a lot of recommendations, I'll just give a few. Women should have the right to choose to give their birth at home, but the risks associated with such deliveries can be minimized if trained traditional birth attendants are somehow supported and financed. And indirect healthcare costs such as transportation, certain petty charges at the facility should be brought to the barest minimum. Enforcement of existing national policies could help to improve reporting of maternal death on the commitment and cooperation. We should generate our own budget line by highlighting trends in maternal mortality and providing evidence of the need for specific interventions. This may lead to budget allocation by the Ministry of Health and involvement from the obstetricians associated with greater success in implementation of recommendation of quality improvement. There are lack of resources.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha, I have to stop you over here.
Thank you, sir. Our top-down approach should be also utilized. Thank you. One thing I would like to add, this data is available on Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey or DHS website. If students want to analyze this data, they can come to National Institute of Population Studies with us for doing the in-depth analysis, or they can do it by getting the data from the website.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Sonia Omar, and she'll be talking on the issues and challenges faced by the lady health workers in maternal health care in rural communities and evidence from South Punjab.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you Population Association of Pakistan on accepting my abstract and providing us an opportunity to come here and share our researches with you. I'm very glad to see the very who is who of the people who have worked on the population and related concept in Pakistan. Thank you very much. Today I'm going to talk on the issues and challenges faced by the lady health workers in maternal health care in rural communities. And this is an evidence from the South Punjab. And I have worked in South Punjab for about 2 months. This is an extract from my PhD research. And the more we talk on maternal health or the maternal, specifically the maternal mortality, we all need to understand that it is one of the preventable issues in today's scientific era. I won't focus much on the introduction, but थोड़ा सा मैं बताऊंगी maternal health and maternal reduction के जो indicators are, these are considered as one of the key determinants around the world. Despite of this scientific evidence in the medicine, still in every 2 months, which is very sad to hear, in every 2 months, a pregnant woman dies somewhere in the world due to some pregnancy-related complications. The greater 94% of such deaths, they are reported in the developing world, including Pakistan. Pakistan currently stands at the 5th position in terms of the high population growth in the world, and also we are standing somewhere in the 5th or 6th position in terms of the high maternal mortality that are being reported in the country. There are numerous, in fact, scientific evidences that prove that importance of or significance of the social and cultural sectors. If we address these social and cultural sectors, we can truly prevent the maternal mortalities and help improving the maternal health indicators in the Pakistan. See, there have been some improvements if we look in at the policy that are made in Pakistan in terms of in the health sector. But still, if you look at the GDP, we all know that Pakistan is spending only 1.2% of GDP in health against the recommended figure, which is 5% at least, that any country should at least spend 5% of GDP to the health sector. That is why we see so many issues around in the health sector. With the limited resources, however, one of the pivotal and important initiatives in the past few years taken by the government of Pakistan in health sectors, it is a lady health worker program. Well, when I was working in South Punjab, see, we all know very well that more than 60% of the population, they are living in the rural areas. And the lady health workers, they can truly be a weapon. We can use this as a greater tool to control the maternal mortalities, to spread the word in the maternal health, because we all know very well the certain social and cultural factors that are there in the rural areas. No one is allowed to go inside the house of the rural communities. The rural women, they have mobility issues. So they're the one who can go to the houses, who can talk to the ladies, who can talk on the preventive issues, who can talk on the family planning issues, and who can truly tell them how significant is the pre and postnatal care in maternal health. So this program has been a great initiative of the government of Pakistan, but unfortunately, this program is facing lots of challenges, and today I'm going to talk about those challenges. So that we may improve, bring some improvement in the maternal, in the lady health worker program in Pakistan. So we all know that lady health workers, they have connected communities and that they have enabled different segments of the population, specifically the women, with awareness and provision of the first level medical care service with a great focus on the maternal health. But despite of the fact, as I told you that this program has, the success this program has earned, there are challenges, and these lady health workers, the challenges they are facing in terms of the financial constraints, the suboptimal functional services of the health department, political interferences, management issues, and non-conducive environment to work in the communities. So quickly, I'll go through with the objectives. The current paper aimed to identify the challenges and issues that are faced by the lady health worker while they work in the communities, and with the emphasis on the maternal health rights. The study has also assessed the administrative hurdles at the government level that undermines the performance of the lady health workers while working in the rural communities. Well, quickly I'll go through. This is a qualitative research. I have used an explanatory research cross-sectional method to have used here with the inductive approach. We all know, I won't go into details of the inductive approach. Data has been collected using methods of the focus group discussion. In fact, I conducted 2 focus group discussions in the district of Rajanpur and Layla. Both are in the South Punjab. And the lady health worker, the list of the lady health worker they were obtained from the health department of the related, Muzaffargarh and Rajanpur. The lists were obtained from the health departments, and then I got the list and I contacted them, and on their availability I asked them to come to the THQs of their concerned district, and where in the offices of the MS with their permission I conducted those focus group discussion. Data analysis was done by the researcher manually with the help of the thematic analysis. All initial course that related to the research questions, they were joined together and transferred into the theme, and then those themes were translated into the study findings. While talking about the socioeconomic status of the respondents, I'll just tell you the median age that was recorded by the researchers. It was between 25 to 35 years. The average experience that I noted during the conversation with the lady health workers, it was 7 to 10 years. The greater majority was married, and they were living in the same communities where they were working. And I have also some other questions on the annual income, their monthly income, and the challenges they were facing. However, in today's time, when we can see the high inflation rate and Pakistan progress in the economic side, there were very serious socioeconomic factors that were mentioned by the lady health workers when they said that they were found making complaints on the economic challenges. One of them said in their same words, the verbatim, "I do not do anything else and take my job very seriously. I had the passion of serving humanity, and if the passion of serving humanity was not being with me, I might have quit that job very early. I don't think that what I'm paid is justified. We travel, but we do not get sufficient traveling allowance. I have to contribute in my house, especially on the education of my kids, but being underpaid truly shatters my dream." Then they were truly making complaints of availability of the equipment and other supplies. We all have to understand when we go to the rural houses, first the rural people, they consider those lady health workers as doctors. If the basic equipments are not with these lady health workers, for example, the stethoscope or the major some painkillers or some contraceptive pills that are supposed to carry with them, they were very much loud about making complaints of the supply of those equipments for the past, especially 3 or 4 years. They were saying that they don't have that, and when they go and talk to those ladies, so when they ask for some basic medicine, they do not have that. So they say that poverty in the rural and urban slums, they make people unable to buy a simple painkiller. So we do sometimes have primary supplies for the making women aware of family planning method, but the supplies from the health department, they are not consistent. So we truly cannot satisfy our clients. And majority of them are women who consider us doctor, and we do not have those supplies. So it becomes difficult for these lady health workers when they are not carrying any supplies with them. They cannot interact deeply with those ladies. It is very good to get the inside of the ladies' part if they have some equipment in their hands, you see.
1 minute more.
Yes, sir. So the other challenges, there was then I'll be very brief about the challenges they were facing in terms of the mobility. These lady health workers, when I talked to them in the Rajapur district and other district and the Muzaffargarh district, they said that when we face lots of harassment from the gatekeepers of the communities, the numberdars of the mosque, the people from the mosque or the chaudhry or the numberdar who are there when you go to the rural women and talk about the family planning method. That is their primary job, to make people aware of the pre-postnatal care, the significance of pre-postnatal care, the spacing of the children. They talk about the child marriages. So one of them really said that once I entered the community and the numberdar stopped that lady health worker and said that कि मैं तुम्हारे मुंह पे तेजाब डाल दूंगा अगर तुम यहाँ पे दोबारा आके तुमने औरतों को कहा you're going to stop giving birth every year to the children. So she was basically talking about कि मैं spacing पे बात कर रही थी and all that. So these are the challenges. So और कहती कि there is no one there. We report to the health department, but we do not see any inquiries in these complaints. ये एक इनका जो था वो बड़ा concern था. Then they were very local. Then they were very vocal about it. They said that it is we cannot easily talk on the maternal health issues in Pakistan. As they said that women overall status in South Punjab particularly represent a very dismal picture. The high illiteracy rate, women dependency on men, less access to the economic resources, lack of decision making is very common. So
wrap up your session.
All right, sir. Then the influences of the gatekeepers I've already mentioned. Sir, satisfaction from the health department, they were not very happy with that. They were not very happy with the pay raise. They were not getting refresher courses, and the satisfaction levels in the refresher courses, they were also very vocal about it. They were not very happy with that. So they said they are not getting the updated information on the maternal health, on the contraceptive methods, or other things they're supposed to do or serve in the communities. I straightly come to the discussions, and I'll quickly wind up in 2 minutes. This research has indicated that lady health worker life is not free of the challenges, and there's a greater element of threat, abuse, and stress with them. The significance of lady health worker environment cannot be denied in Pakistan. The maternal health issues, specifically the maternal mortalities, can be very much preventable if we use lady health worker as a tool to stop the maternal mortalities, as a tool to create awareness in the communities. But if we do not address the issues they are facing, the threat issues, the abuse issues, or their complaints from the health department, or the scarcity of the resources, or the scarcity of the supplies they are supposed to carry with them when they go to the communities, or the travel allowances, or their problems with travel allowances.
Thank you, please, you have to stop here.
All right, sir. It was a qualitative research, so it was very difficult to wind up in 10 minutes, but I've tried my best to give you the glimpses of my work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sahar Yasmin, and she'll be talking on addressing the menstrual hygiene management needs of the adolescent girls and women amidst pandemic.
Distinguished panel and all the attendees, Assalamu alaikum. I am Sahar Yamin, and I manage research projects at the Center of Excellence in Women and Childhood at the Khan University, Karachi. I will be presenting the addressing menstrual hygiene management needs of adolescent girls and women amidst pandemic 2019. The project lead of this project was Dr. Sajid Sufi, and it was implemented in district Daru, catering to the 100,000 population. Establishing on the background, the evidence from around the world that suggests women and girls face several barriers to safe, hygienic, and dignified menstrual hygiene management. These barriers include lack of information, especially prior to menarche, inadequate formal health education, limited social support, and access to the hygienic materials, inappropriate facilities for disposal and for the disposal menstrual waste, and prevailing myths and taboos. Especially lack of information prior to menarche is associated with the feeling of shame and stress. Often women are taught to avoid various activities due to traditional taboos and myths, leading to socially imposed restrictions, psychosocial stress, and compromised reproductive health. In Pakistan, women face similar kind of problems such as restriction on certain foods, bathing, and limitation to social and religious participation. There is also evidence to not use any absorbent, which may impose serious challenges to menstrual hygiene. Our objective to this research study was to enhance the knowledge and practices of adolescent girls and women. We did two cross-sectional surveys at the baseline and at the end line, and our study population comprised of adolescent girls and women of age 14 to 49 years. We draw around 736 sample size, applying the method of proportionate to population sampling, and we used a random sampling technique for the selection of household, and we applied fish grid methodology to select one participant if there were more than one eligible participants in a household. Our MHM intervention was guided by the three-pronged approach of menstrual hygiene management, which aims to provide information, access to material, and proper wash facilities. Our activities included awareness session on menstruation, menstrual cycle, and hygiene, skills development on making reusable homemade pads, established referral link with trained healthcare providers, and developed a local cadre of MHM champions as local resource. Our behavior change communication material included pictorial key messages in local language addressing myths and taboos. These awareness sessions were followed by the pad making sessions, which were organized to teach skills of preparing pads at home by using available material, which became a more useful thing during the lockdown and spread of COVID-19, which caused interrupted supplies in many areas of the world. As the pandemic spread, we integrated a comprehensive response on COVID-19, and that included establishing triage desks at the entrance of OPD areas in the health facility, so to screen the health staff and visiting patients and referring them to the PCR testing upon presence of any symptom, and providing them counseling on hand washing and related precautions and signs and symptoms of COVID-19. We also did the orientation of healthcare providers and provided regular supplies of PPEs to the facility, conducted awareness sessions in the community, along with streaming of simple messages on COVID-19 through a video. We applied scoring analysis to measure change in knowledge, attitude, and practices. All the responses were given 1 if they were appropriate and 0 if not. Mean score percentages and p-values were used to present the results. For assessing the knowledge, we use the domains like if women already aware at menarche, they knowing the origin of menstrual blood, knowledge of absorbents, menstruation, what it indicates to, attitude towards avoiding activities, certain foods, and knowledge on how to make a homemade pad. Domains of practices included currently avoiding activities, use of any absorbent, appropriately disposing, washing, storing, and bathing. The knowledge and practices significantly increased. If I say in terms of percentages, it improved to 54% from 40% at the baseline. And there was a significant improvement in knowledge of women regarding considering the new cloth pieces and reusable pad as an option for menstrual material. 15% of respondents, in comparison to 9% at baseline, think that there is no need to avoid any activities during menstruation. There was a significant change in thinking of persons, 46% to 10%, that thought that there is no need to avoid any certain foods. Majority of the participants were in favor of providing information to adolescent girls prior to menarche. All of them know how to prepare a reusable sanitary pad, as 93% in end line, on contrary to 6.9% in the baseline. The significant change in attitude and in favor of going to school during menstruation didn't translate into the practices. However, there was a significant improvement in practices of continuing work outside home and no hesitation in interacting with opposite gender. At the menarche, a proportion of our respondents, about 40%, reported to not use any absorbent for absorption of menstrual blood. This behavior decreased to 11%, with a significant increase in use of reusable pads from 6.2 to 57%.
Sir, you have a minute more.
Respondents practices of disposing of the menstrual waste also improved, where they stopped flushing it in latrines and started to burn these. Respondents significantly changed in, we noticed a significant change for drying the menstrual material under the sun, 65.7%. None of them respondents, they dry menstrual materials hidden under clothes or elsewhere anymore. We also noticed significant improvement in bathing practices, where 12.9% it decreased to 2.2%, where respondents didn't used to take bath during the period. Our study showed poor knowledge and practices at the baseline, which is similar to other studies of low and middle income countries. We found that vast majority of girls were uninformed about menstruation prior to menarche. This may be due to the cultural taboos around menstruation and hesitancy around discussing puberty and sexual maturation with adults. Contrary to our results, a systematic review on MHM practices in India demonstrated that nearly half of the adolescent girls were aware of menstruation before onset of menarche. We found that implementation of an integrated package that comprised educational sessions and low-cost absorbents met with locally available material improved the knowledge and practices of adolescent girls and women. Our results showed a greater increase in knowledge and practices, hence encouraging us to consider MHM issue as one of the public health issue and integrate it into reproductive health interventions and scale up in the country.
The time is up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Sama Bashir, and she'll be talking on marriage market in Pakistan, consanguinity, educational, assortative mating, and fertility. Not meeting.
Mating, I said.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I co-authored this paper with Dr. Saman Nazir. She is a senior research economist at PAP, but unfortunately she is not here today. So I'm talking about marriage market in Pakistan, consanguinity, educational assortative mating, and fertility in Pakistan. So nearly half of all marriages in Pakistan are cousin marriages, with 29 and 21% of women marrying first cousins on their father's and mother's side respectively. But preference of consanguineous marriages is linked to several socio-cultural dynamics. For instance, agnatic solidarity, concerns for enhanced family bond, economic consideration related to dowry, and family sports in terms of conflict. and relatively less independence for mate selection in a culture that is where we have mostly arranged marriages. However, cousin marriages have broader implications for broader family context. Studies from around the world have shown that women in the cousin marriages usually marry at the young age. They have early childbearing and have a high fertility and also experience child mortality. The previous studies on cousin marriages are done, but they are mostly dated. Most of them are done on the 1990 data. Though we feel that a lot has been changed in terms of educational level, gender dynamics, social norms, and practices in last 3 decades. For instance, we can see that school enrollment rates for females at the tertiary level have improved. Similarly, educational attainment for women with at least bachelor degree has risen from 1990, since 1990. Based on these, we came up with these 4 questions. First of all, we wanted to know what are the relationship trends prevailing in Pakistan, and how is improvement in women's education linked to the assortative mating pattern in Pakistan? Is the marriage market shifting from hypergamous to hypogamous union? Traditionally, the South Asian marriage market remains educationally hypergamous in nature, in which husband is more educated than wife. However, it would be interesting to see whether the educational transition that is happening has shifted this trend towards more hypogamous marriage, where wife is more educated, or homogamous marriage, where both have the same level of education in Pakistan. We also are interested in seeing that does this educational assortative mating influence the culture of cousin marriages in Pakistan. And the 4th objective of our research was to see what extent does a particular type of relationship explain fertility behavior, that is mean age at marriage, the number of children, and contraceptive use. Cousin marriages are linked to the high rate of child mortality. However, the literature is not conclusive on the link between cousin marriages and fetal loss. In Pakistan, the high prevalence of fertility among cousin marriages could be due to these negative reproductive outcomes, but we also suspect a strong social dimension is linked to it. With the weak institutional support for childcare in the country, families from both maternal and paternal sides usually take part in breeding children. So the couples in cousin marriages may be getting more family support in breeding child, therefore they may be opting for having more children than couples in the non-consanguineous unions. We used 4 rounds of Pakistan demographic health survey. So essentially the analysis spans almost 3 decades. This is the analytical sample. I'm not going into detail because various pre-exclusion criteria were done, and then we are coming up with these samples. The dependent variable of this research is cousin marriages versus non-cousin marriages, our use of contraception, mean children ever born, and the main independent variables in which we are interested is the women's education and spousal educational homogamy. We also included survey years as dummy to examine change over time. This is quite interesting. You can see that trends over time in consanguineous marriages have not changed particularly. It exhibits very little variation with predominantly cousin marriages. More than 50% of the marriages are among the first cousins, rather either from the maternal or paternal side. And only 1/3 of the marriages are among unrelated persons. However, it is interesting to see this educational assortative mating pattern. Some interesting changes are observed in spousal educational differences. As mentioned above, as mentioned earlier, that since 1990, there is a substantial improvement in women's education statistics. And this pattern of increase in women's education is reflecting in the marriage market as well. Though still educational hypergamy is persists, like husband is more educated than husband, but a consistent pattern of educational hypogamy you can see is emerging over time. For instance, in 1990, there were only 4% of the couples in which wife was more educated than her husband, but it has increased to almost 17% in 2017-18. And also it is interesting to see that there is a considerable decline in couples with no formal education.
This is a little complicated, but I can try to summarize it. The association between formal education and consanguinity is still prevalent. The phenomena of educational hypogamy or homogamy is more common among unrelated couples, those couples who are not in cousin marriages, whereas cousin marriages are more common in which a husband is more educated than his wife or both spouses have no formal education. However, in this study, we have not found any substantial variation in educational sortative mating by relationship type over time. Then we move to this is the logistic regression. That's in interest of time, I'm just summarizing it that education, like as the bilateral relationship was showing, hypergamous unions are more common among cousin marriages, and women with some sort of education, they are less likely to be in cousin marriages than non-cousin marriages. Then we move to look at the relationship between mean age at marriage and consanguinity. The mean age at marriage has significantly increased over time across all relationship types. However, the increase is much higher among non-cousin marriages. In 1990, the mean age at marriage among unrelated couple was 18.3, which has increased to 20.2. The mean age at marriage is 1.1 year higher among non-cousin marriages than cousin marriages. This is showing the relationship between consanguinity and contraceptive use. The use of contraception showed a different pattern. Contrary to our expectation, contraceptive use is much higher in first cousin marriages than non-cousin marriages over time. Though a slight decline is observed in contraceptive use among cousin marriages, and catch-up trend in contraception is observed recently among non-cousin relationships. This is the relationship between consanguinity and fertility. The relationship between these two variables has changed over time. In 1990, the mean number of children ever born to a woman was 4.2 among non-cousin marriages, and it has substantially declined. This is, like you can say that relationship has reversed over time, and now mean number of children ever born are higher in cousin marriages than unrelated couples. The higher mean number of children in cousin marriages could be the result of high child mortality among cousin marriages, and this is confirmed by the experience of child loss by relationship type that I'm not showing here. The pattern of child mortality remains consistent over time with predominantly high child mortality among cousin marriages.
Simon, you have 1 minute more.
Sure. So the logistic regression results supported the bivariate relationship as well. So in interest of time, I just moved to the summary of the statistics. The pattern of cousin marriages remains stable over time. In fact, the cousin marriages increase over time by around 30% in this time period. We then examined that how women's education and spousal educational homogamy are associated with consanguineous unions. An increase in women education has led to changes in marriage market and assortative mating patterns. Women with higher education are significantly less likely to be in cousin marriages than women with no formal education. Educational hypergamy is still persist in marriage market, though a consistent pattern of educational hypogamy is emerging over time. Though insignificant, the result indicated that hypogamy is positively associated with consanguineous marriages, as found in other studies. Though it's a surprising finding, but it makes sense because most of the marriages in Pakistan are arranged by parents, and women have little say in these decisions, irrespective of their educational status. Similarly, as evident from research, despite the increase in women's education, trends of cousin marriages remains unchanged in time. This norm significantly reduces the pool of marriageable men, and given the universal nature of marriage in Pakistan, marrying men with lower education could be more of a necessity.
Thank you very much.
Wrap up. Just I'm showing you the conclusion. The societal changes such as improvement in women's education and urbanization over time have not led to a decline in cousin marriages in Pakistan. Based on our results, without a substantial social change, the decline in fertility seems non-promising. Expansion of education, particularly in the context of gender care, is not enough. Participation of women in formal job market is a condition.
Thank you
so
very
much.
I welcome Dr. Sabina Imran to our session today. Next, we move on to the discussion part, and I'll take Dr. Tasif to take lead in this session. Sure.
सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for PAP for asking me to be a discussant in this session. And secondly, I really appreciate PAP administration, the current executive committee, for holding a research conference. Research has been missing from conferences in Pakistan. और research का जो एक context है, I think it's more than 2 decades now. कि research को हम भूल गए हैं तकरीबन how do we conduct research and how to use research in programmatic development. इस एंगल से मैंने तमाम जो 4 मुझे पेपर दिए गए थे 2 रोज पहले 3 रोज पहले उनके I wanted to basically see how research has been used previously and how the research being presented today can benefit the existing gaps that are there. सबसे पहले Dr. Sarah Salim and Dr. Fareed Najat's paper on maternal mortality is really exciting. Definitely is very important to see the reason, causes, and determinants of maternal mortality in Pakistan. और इसमें, if I remember correctly, way back in mid 2006-7 जब हमने पहला सर्वे किया था PDHS, it was used at that time to improve the availability of workers in the field. जिसकी बेस पे community midwives आई और there were a number of initiatives taken by the Department of Health across Pakistan, and you see the maternal mortality going down in the last decade or so. But what I feel that there is missing in the current research, that if I remember correctly, a 3D model was initiated. The 3 delays, delay at home, delay at the transport, and delay at the facility. These 3 delays need to be further explored. अभी जो Dr. Sarah और Dr. Fareed का research है, is basically clinical issues. जो इंटरव्यूज में उन खातून ने बताई कि हमें क्या पेश आया जिसकी वजह से उनकी डेथ हुई, उनके रिश्तेदारों ने बताया. But I think there are more to it. We need to go much more. There are issues in transportation. That's why you see the distance is definitely a big issue in running mortality. While also very importantly feel that even though we are looking at the quality of service within this facility, but inequity is completely missing. Inequity का मतलब है कि there are a large number of women who are not accessing the facility services because of the distances and because of the affordability, and there are a number of issues that are causing the inability for them to reach out the services. This is I think what research pointed out. Women who are rural, women who are poor, women who are especially in areas like Balochistan and others, they report high maternal mortality and they have higher maternal issues. So I think what I दूसरी चीज ये है कि this is a good technical paper, but what I personally would like to see that this paper is translated into operational activities that can be used by program managers in the districts, especially the health department people, so that when we talk about this is not statistical significance, ये मैं सिर्फ ऊपर से बोल जाता है. If I'm a manager, unless we see, we can explain in the paper or otherwise that what is not statistically mean really, वो बताना बहुत जरूरी है ताकि हम देख सकें कि पिछले 10-12 साल में जो एक डिक्लाइन आया है हम देख रहे हैं, is it really substantive or not, and then we can really make use of the at least the last delay, उसमें जो issues हैं उसको कैसे improve किया जा सकता है. और at the facility level जो इश्यूज हैं उनको हैंडल किया जा सके। एक चीज जो हमने लास्ट टाइम की थी 2006 के सर्वे में, वो थी द स्टोरीज दैट केम आउट फ्रॉम women were disseminated very widely. I will request the Institute of Population Studies to take those stories literally and share them with public, with media, because ये वो issues हैं which need to be highlighted, so that either the first delay or second delay or third delay, they need to be pointed out as important issues of the research. मैं बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ डॉक्टर फरीद सलीम का कि उन्होंने इस इशू को प्रेजेंट किया आज हमें, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट देम टू मेक इट फर्दर गो इन द डिटेल, और इसको हम आगे डिपार्टमेंट्स ऑफ हेल्थ तक लेके जाएं to ensure that not only they use family planning as a tool to address the issues, and also the issues of first and second delays are importantly addressed. दूसरा topic that we heard today by Dr. Asha Shiraz. Unfortunately, here मुझे presentation नहीं दी गई, paper नहीं दिया गया, so I will not be able to comment on this much. So, but I think she made a good point in terms of the pattern of service delivery utilization in Pakistan on maternal health. दूसरा पेपर जो which I feel very important and which are lessons is the issue, is a paper by Dr. Sonia Umar. Lady health workers have been there since 1994. और उन्होंने they are really catalysts of change. They have brought big change in Pakistan. But मुझे आज उनकी रिसर्च देख के लगा कि something is going wrong in not only the process of the selection, but also in the household distribution they have, and also the interaction between the lady health workers and the administration between them. Paper के अंदर से मैं कहूँगा कि I would request the authors to kindly revisit their statements that are made regarding Pakistan, which are not correct. I think a lot of improvement has been made in Pakistan in terms of maternal health, both in terms of maternal mortality, availability of antenatal, postnatal, and delivery and so forth. उसको अगर मतलब देखें तो maternal status and maternal health indicators have improved quite a bit in the last 10 years or so. But the issues of pertaining to service delivery definitely are there. तो वो आपने इसमें रेज किए हैं. I think 2 focus group discussions are not enough. They are too few. एक दूसरा focus group discussions, what I feel वो लगता है a complaint session था. It should not be a complaint session. It should be a session on achievement and performance, then complaints, so that we see how much they have achieved in the last during their performance and what their barriers on implement and concerns are. तो ये बहुत important issue है. जो issue मुझे नजर आया उनकी आपकी जो statements हैं, एक तो मुझे attitude का issue नजर आया. Lady workers have an attitude now. Attitude का मतलब है कि हमें तनख्वाह पूरी नहीं मिल रही, हमें तनख्वाह सही वक्त में मिलती है, हमें ट्रांसफर ना से मिलता. But if I see lady health workers, जिनके पास 200, 250 मैक्सिमम 300 घर होते हैं, which is sort of a neighborhood, उसमें ट्रांसपोर्ट अलाउंस का इतना बड़ा इशू नहीं होना चाहिए. अगर है, then there's a communication gap between the workers and the district management, which that needs to be addressed very clearly. जो issues मुझे इसमें बहुत खड़के हैं और वो concern है, वो है the physical harassment. ये बड़ी नया issue है, important issue है, and declaration of discussion on bus dressing as haram and so forth, and the threats coming from the conservative segments of population. I think ये issues जो हैं, they need to be taken up very clearly, importantly with the district administration and also with the provincial administration, ताकि इनको एड्रेस किया जाए और इन स्टेक होल्डर्स को ऑन बोर्ड लिया जाए और उनको they need to be importantly. What I would recommend is लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स का एक टाइम यूज एनालिसिस होना बहुत जरूरी है. That means how much time they spend in discussing family planning, how do they spend in birth spacing, and so many other issues, maternal health and so forth. These are important issues, and it can be only done by time use analysis. Only then we will come to the concern they have shared and other issues. The third paper that came to me, this way मैं रोशन डालूंगा, was my personal first term paper जो मैंने लिखा था. This is way back in 1984. It is on assortative mating, and I used a survey called Asian Marriage Survey that was conducted by our worthy Dr. Mehtab Karim and his colleagues way back when I was doing my PhD as a master's, in my master's. तो उस लिहाज से मुझे कुछ इस पेपर को पढ़ने में कुछ मजा भी आया. I'm going back to 1984 to see what's being done today. Then I could figure out कि इसमें कौन से gaps हैं. Definitely, it's amazing that cultural normative bonds are very strong in Pakistan, and they're prevailing over last so many decades, and they're not changing, which is good and also bad. So we will have to see how they are built, how they are good and bad. What I found missing was age is a very important assortative mating indicator which is missing from your paper. Age का मतलब ये है कि normally मर्द शादी करना चाहते हैं अपने से younger औरतों के साथ, लड़कियों के साथ, ठीक है? And average that I found was 5 years. कि only ये 5 years तो उनका difference होना चाहिए होता है. There are a number of reasons for that. And ये अगर indicator आप डाल दें तो एक norm इसको भी आप address कर सकते हैं और उसको आप address कर सकते हैं. What I did way back when I was doing some research, cousin marriage and birth deformities are very important indicators. ठीक है? ये एक offshoot paper था जो मैंने 1992 में लिखा था based on the DHS 1991 का जो सर्वे किया था हमने, वो important है, that we need to figure out. इसमें जो मैं देखना चाहूँगा आपके पेपर में important missing areas हैं, वह who makes the decision of marriage? Is it the couple themselves or they are arranged versus their own selection? ये सर्वे में normally पूछा होता है. And similarly, other issues that pertain to decision making. Within marriages, जो आपने लिखा, इसमें CPR बढ़ गया, but TFR नहीं उतना फर्क पड़ा, but TFR sorry fertility का फर्क नहीं पड़ा. तो मेरा ख्याल है आप इसमें थोड़ी दो चार और अगर इसमें देखें issues, वो है antenatal care, whether they followed antenatal care or not. Spousal discussion on family planning is an important area, whether between the cousin marriage versus non-cousin marriages. Unintended pregnancies, whether they are high or low within the cousin marriages or no. Unmet need, and whether they talk before fertility or not. ये चार important issues हैं जो cousin marriages versus non-cousin marriages need to be sorted out. Then we can really say whether cousin marriages are coming down or not, or whether they are making difference or not. ये बड़े important issues हैं that I thought I should share with you. And finally, the paper presented by Dr. Sarah Yasmin is definitely a new area for me, and definitely an important area that we need to focus. मैं खुद से सीखा क्योंकि it's a new area that has been conducted in a very rural community. इसमें मुझे ख्याल पड़ता है कि even though women, sorry, ये एक operational research था, which has really made a difference from lack of knowledge to good knowledge and lack of practice and good practices. What I wanted to see more is how community-based workers whether they're dairy workers or any other workers, they really play a role in improving the knowledge of young girls or who are basically experiencing issues on menstrual hygiene. एक चीज सेकेंडली आपने जो एक अच्छा सक्सेसफुल प्रोजेक्ट एक्टिविटी थी इसका scale up or replication is a very important message that many need to see and how really this can be achieved and implemented. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Asif, for those lovely comments on the paper presented today. We will take only one question if there is any, because of the paucity of time, so we can move forward with the next part of the session. Is there any question or we move on? एक क्वेश्चन सिर्फ किसी भी एक पेपर पे कर चलिए ठीक प्रेसिडेंट साहब रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं तो अगर हो तो एक क्वेश्चन पर पेपर जो है ना वो कर ले, अदरवाइज वी कैन मूव फॉरवर्ड. Okay, thank you. So before going on to the next part, I'll ask on request of Sabrina Imran Durrani for her comments on this session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much for inviting me. मैं जी ज़्यादा इस पे नहीं जाऊँगी because you all are researcher and मुझसे I'm a manager. So research is not in fact my field. लेकिन जो कुछ मैंने ज़्यादातर मिस भी किया, जो थोड़ा सा मैंने देखा है उसमें थोड़े से मैं अपने कमेंट लाजमी देना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज जब हम मैनेजमेंट साइड पर जा रहे होते हैं तो आपकी बातें हमारे लिए हमें चाहिए एज अ पॉलिसी मेकर कि हम उसको लेकर चले. ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट वी शुड मेक आवर पॉलिसीज. दिस इज मिसिंग अनफॉर्चुनेटली फॉर द लास्ट सो मेनी इयर्स कि हमारी एक तो जो मेरा ये कंसर्न है कि LHW का जिक्र हमेशा होता है. LHW का हम ऐसे जिक्र कर रहे थे जैसे एक ब्रांड होता है डालडा दे दो, डालडा का इट्स नॉट ऑयल, इट्स अ ब्रांड. तो LHW इज नाउ अ ब्रांड. अब उसमें हम भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे पास LHW के अलावा भी बहुत सारे और कैडर हैं, FWW, FWA, FWC, मेन मोबिलाइजर, यू जस्ट नेम इट. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये हमारे पास बहुत सारे हैं जो हम सिर्फ LHW की परफॉर्मेंस को देख रहे हैं, लेकिन हम जबकि फैमिली प्लानिंग इज वन ऑफ द वेरी स्मॉल कंपोनेंट ऑफ हर परफॉर्मेंस उसकी TUR में आता है. तो इट्स नॉट एग्जैक्टली द होल पिक्चर व्हिच आई वुड लाइक टू सी. तो मुझे अगर हमें चाहिए होगा तो अगर आपकी आई एम नॉट क्वेश्चनिंग योर रिसर्च, लेकिन ये बिल्कुल एक माइन्यूट सा आपकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, तो उसमें मेरी जीत थोड़ी सी उसमें ये वाली चीजें हैं. दूसरा जो है इश्यूज जो है आप लोग प्लीज, मैंने भी थोड़ा बहुत जब मैं शुरू में थी कुछ पढ़ने का शौक था, कुछ रिसर्च हम लोग ने की थी. हमारी एक्चुअली रिसर्च जो है हम ज्यादातर नीड को नहीं देख के कर रहे होते हैं. अभी सर ने एक बात कही 3 डिलेज. सर आपकी बात सर मैंने आई एम सॉरी सर, यू आर माय टीचर एंड मैंने आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखा है, लेकिन उसके बाद जब मैं निकली कि जी अब 4th डिले भी हो गया है. हम 3 डिले हो 4th डिले हो, डिले इज नॉट द इशू. हमें जिन चीजों का पता है हमें नाउ भी दिस इज द टाइम कि वी नीड रिकमेंडेशन. वी मस्ट थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. ये मुझे पता है कि अगर आप काउंसलिंग करेंगे आपके ये नंबर ज्यादा हो जाएंगे, अगर आप कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव कमोडिटी प्रोवाइड करेंगे, दीज आर नाउ आई मीन देयर इज नो सेकंड थॉट इन दैट. वो तो अंडरस्टूड बात है कि हो जाएगा. उसके बावजूद my question is that to all the researchers, to all the policy makers, to all of you मैम, आप लोगों से 75 years से हम एक ही उस पे जा रहे हैं, क्यों हमने अचीव नहीं किया? दिस इज द बिगेस्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर मी. मेरा CPR क्यों नहीं बढ़ा? मेरे 2 सालों से मेरे फॉर द लास्ट सो मेनी इयर्स व्हाई माय जो CPR है दिस इज स्टैग्नेंट, एक जगह पर फंसा हुआ है. आई नीड द रीजन फॉर दैट. मेरा और मुझे ज्यादा चीजें की ग्रोथ रेट के क्या, आई एम नॉट इनटू डेफिनेशन ऑफ दैट बिकॉज आई एम नॉट गुड इन दैट. लेकिन ये कि मुझे इन चीजों के, क्योंकि अभी जो हमारा नेक्स्ट जो नेशनल नैरेटिव बना है, जो हमारा पॉपुलेशन का, आप लोगों को सबको पता होगा कि हम लोगों ने हमारे एक डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज की कॉस्टिंग हुई है और हमने अपने नेशनल लेवल पर हमने अपने सर्टेन टारगेट सेट किए हैं. By the year 2025 and 30, we'll have to achieve those targets. हमने 50% इंक्रीज करना है, हमने अपनी CPR बढ़ाना है, हमने TFR को कंट्रोल करना है, ग्रोथ रेट को. बट अब हमारे पास ये जो 3 चीजें हैं, नाउ आई नीड अ सोल्यूशन फॉर दैट. गवर्नमेंट नीड अ सोल्यूशन फॉर दैट. जो हमारे यंग बच्चे हैं, प्लीज गो फॉर दैट. और शायद मैं अभी सुबह ये कह रही थी कि शायद हम जो पुराने वाले लोग हैं, हमारी कुछ गलतियां थी, हमने कुछ वो नहीं किया. और मैं आई विल नेवर से कि जी प्लीज फॉलो, ठीक है, फॉलो अस टू सम एक्सटेंट, बट नाउ दिस इज द टाइम कि यू मस्ट थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. फाइंड द रीजन व्हाई वी हैव नॉट अचीव्ड. और जब तक हम ये नहीं करेंगे तो हम इसी तरह चलते जाएंगे. हम यहाँ पे अपने रिसर्च करेंगे, हम यहाँ से चले जाएंगे. एंड नेक्स्ट थिंग इज दैट कि जी आपकी जो भी रिसर्च हो, उसकी रिकमेंडेशंस आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आप रिसर्च करें, आप मुझे बताएं कि ये मेरी अचीवमेंट है, गुड इनफ, ये मेरी इश्यूज है, हैरेसमेंट होगी, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, सारी चीजें होगी. लेकिन नाउ व्हाट इज फॉर मी, आप मुझसे, आप एज अ गवर्नमेंट से आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली यू पीपल वांट, आप वो बताएं. और जिसके साथ रिलेटेड, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ हो, पॉपुलेशन के साथ हो, पॉलिसी एनी लेवल पर हो, आप उनको बताएं कि जी ये हमारी रिसर्च है, इसकी ये ऑथेंटिसिटी है, ये हमने किया है, इसकी फाइंडिंग को जनरलाइज हो सकती है, नहीं हो सकती है, नहीं हो सकती है तो हम उसको और एक्सटेंड करते हैं. वी विल फाइंड द सोल्यूशन फॉर योर इश्यूज. सो थैंक यू सो मच जी. मैं आप लोगों ने सुबह से बहुत सारी चीजें सुन ली होगी, लेकिन दिस इज माय हम्बल सबमिशन एंड आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड कि आई विल गेट समथिंग गुड रिकमेंडेशन सो दैट it will help us in achieving our target, because this is the crucial time. हमने डोनर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस की, हम लोगों से पैसे मांग रहे हैं कि हमें जी हमें पैसे दे ताकि हम अपनी ये इंडिकेटर वो करें. लेकिन जब तक हमें पैसे मिल भी जाए, हमें तरीका नहीं पता होगा तो हम उन पैसों का क्या करेंगे. सिर्फ सेमिनार, वर्कशॉप, TADA एंड देन अच्छे कमरों में बैठ के डिस्कशन. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. And I think PAP is that platform that we should look for the policy information with this. Now I'll request our worthy chairperson to share her key takeaway messages and the concluding remarks.
I know there is a shortage of time and I shall try and be brief, but despite that, it has been an absolutely exciting day. And I want to start by congratulating Dr. Arif and his team, the whole team, each one of them, whether it's NUST or whether it's your own from PAP. And Dr. Arif, we have started with absolute solid message from Dr. Adil Najam. And this session has seen solid work in research, which has been done by solid women. I want to also tell you, Dr. Arif,
Dr. Farid was also there.
Ji?
Dr. Farid was also part of it.
अच्छा, वो तो sidekick है. Naji, I wanted to tell you, Dr. Arif, and all the past PAP presidents and members, that I have enjoyed your volumes that thick. I have used them as reference material for the last 4 decades, ever since you have begun publishing them. Please continue your work, because no one else gives us this quality of research. And what I would request you is to go, as the Director General has said, into action come research. What is it that we now need? Because we are at the implementation stage, and now I'll very quickly move on. We started with Sarah Salim, and Sarah mentioned, and she's worked on a survey which was in 2019, so it's very recent, and she talks of the MMR, the IMR. She did talk of the community and community health. What I would like to share here, and that is the government has put in place the cadre in the provinces. of a community midwife. And this community midwife, when the DG says, is the LHW a brand? There is a community midwife who has been trained very well, and she was supposed to be attending safe deliveries. Where is that woman? And since after the 18th Amendment, I think it is very important that we speak to the health department and inquire what their placement is and what they are doing. I will come to the LHW's role a little later on. I want to tell you that what I heard from Sarah clearly confirms that family planning saves lives. And it is a right. If a woman cannot manage her body, how is she going to manage her family? And I would like to tell you that family planning does save lives. Our young Sarah, so ये मुझसे पूछ रही थी कि आपने जब शुरू किया तो इट वाज मेरी एक मुलाजमा थी, लेकिन मैं आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ जब मैंने फर्स्ट रिसर्च किया उसने मुझे धक्का दिया. मैं तब सोशियोलॉजी में थी and I went towards demography from there. And I'll very quickly tell you, जानकी देवी अस्पताल लाहौर, और उस इलाके में मैं रिसर्च कर रही थी. एक औरत के घर में जब मैं गई हूँ तो 3 उसके बच्चे थे. मैंने कहा, and I was working on fertility and family planning even way back पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में उस वक्त. उसने मुझे कहा कि हाँ बीबी मुझे और नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन मैं क्या करूँ, ये मेरे हाथ में नहीं है. ये जो मेरे पेट, लेकिन मेरा और कोई बच्चा नहीं होगा. मुझे बहुत तसल्ली दी कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं होगा. मैंने कहा क्यों? कहने लगी मेरे पेट में जो सौली है. मैंने कहा तो तुम मर जाओगी इससे. And she was quite happy to live with a tumor in her uterus rather than going for and remove it because she didn't know how many children she would have. So you can see that we have come a long way from there. और अल्लाह ना करे लाहौर जैसे शहर में कम से कम ऐसी बात अब हम नहीं सुनते. Aisha Shiraz, you talked of the continuum of care. Yes, it's a long continuum. And I think that the governments, provincial governments again, that they should look at ANC specifically, delivery, train delivery, and then that first year, postpartum, in which I strongly recommend family planning and nutrition care, because we know what malnutrition is doing to the mother and to the child. You talked about national guidelines on maternal mortality. मैं ये सिर्फ पूछना चाहती थी, बहुत से अच्छे डॉक्यूमेंट्स, बहुत से अच्छे गाइडलाइंस, बहुत से अच्छे पॉलिसीज हमारे पास मौजूद हैं. When are we going to use them? And is this document being used or not? 80% delivery in centers. ये मैंने अभी community midwife की बात की है कि she is the person who was trained to do this work. Dr. Sonia Umar, I just wanted to tell you, number one, will you please give me your recommendations and your findings on the lady health workers, because this is the first time that we are hearing this sort of research having been done. मैं आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि LHW जो है ना, she belongs to the health department, and that is her job has already been revised. The great difficulty in care and a lot of hard labor has been put into preparation of a plan of action, which has been approved by the CCI. And in that, the lady health worker is squarely a creature of the health department. And her role has already been revised. Unfortunately, beyond that, nothing has happened. It's all on paper. Excellent findings. ट्रेनिंग एंड रीट्रेनिंग, ये भी प्लान ऑफ एक्शन में है कि उनकी ट्रेनिंग पॉपुलेशन वाले देंगे. मेडिसिन, कॉन्ट्रासेप्टिव्स, ये जो आपने हैरेसमेंट की बात की है, ये इसलिए है, एंड बाय द गेट कीपर्स, मैं यहाँ ये भी आपको बता दूं कि पॉपुलेशन में सोशल मेल मोबिलाइजर इसीलिए डाला गया था कि वो उस बच्ची क्या यानी whoever she is, the two of them, they belong to the area and they could assist. And the second point, which was in the plan of action, the male is missing from the family planning population program. ये इतना फीमेल सेंट्रिक है और इसके होने की कोई वजह नहीं है और ये जब तक बिहेवियर चेंज और डिसीजन मेकर जो मेल है उसकी बिहेवियर चेंज हम नहीं करेंगे जो आप सीपीआर की बात कर रही हैं ना वहीं की वहीं हम लोग रहेंगे जी and this too has been put into the plan of action. You have asked for more money, 5%. आपने शायद कहा कि yes, I can see you looking at your watch, and I'm very quickly going to wind up. ये जी इन्होंने ये कहा कि 5% हेल्थ को बजट जाना चाहिए. मैं यहाँ पे ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सिंध और शायद एक तो और सूबों ने भी किया है या कर रहे हैं, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर को अलग कर ले और गवर्नमेंट ने ही वो काम करना है. प्राइवेट अस्पताल बहुत खुल रहे हैं, स्पेशलाइज्ड एंड टर्शरी जो बहुत अच्छे हैं, वो भी रखें. लेकिन आप जितना ये एपिडेमिक ने हमें बताया है, चाहे वो डेंगू हो और चाहे वो कोविड हो, कि प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर पे जितना पैसा दे सकते हैं दें और दें, because these are the challenges that need to be reached. Seher Salim, very quickly, the triage reception desks for COVID have proven once again that, and this is the first time that we are having a study of this type, कि COVID में क्या हुआ है. और मैं मुबारक देना चाहती हूँ कि because Yahya Khan University always does the right thing at the right time and delivers. सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि Yahya Khan University, I'm sure other universities too, इनकी tradition यही है जी. मैं जी सिर्फ आखिर में ये कहना चाहूँगी कि फैमिली प्लानिंग की prioritization is national survival. It is human well-being. इसमें कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान अभी भी सोचे और इस हमने SDGs तक पहुंचना है और आज का सेशन था यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ केयर के बारे में. हम उस पे भी कमिटमेंट कर चुके हैं, उसके भी हम सिग्नेटरी हैं और ये हमारे पास बहुत एविडेंस है ग्लोबल और लोकल that you have to prioritize family planning as an essential part for improving maternal health and child care. और जब तक ये indicators बेहतर नहीं होंगे through family planning तो अल्लाह ही हाफिज है. और मैं चाहती तो नहीं अल्लाह हाफिज हो, लेकिन inshallah, if we keep on, it really pleases me to see a family of people and so many people who are genuinely interested in the population family planning subject. And those of us, the seniors, who I now call the champions for family planning, वो भी माशाल्लाह यहाँ हैं और हम आप लोगों के साथ we heard about you today और आप लोगों के साथ हमने आगे चल के डीजी साहब को बताना है कि ये काम हो सकता है. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is to conclude this session. Thank you. We proceed for lunch now and then we have to go for Jinnah Auditorium for the presidential session. Thank you. Right now. Lunch.
Sorry. सारे दिखा स्ट्रीमिंग एंड कर दूं स्ट्रीमिंग एंड कर दूं मीटिंग यहाँ से पड़ेगा क्यों यहाँ पे तो है ही नहीं
अच्छा
स्टोरी का रखी है
खड़े होकर लोग ये कहते हैं जब ये कहते हैं तो मुझे कभी डेटा नहीं मिला हमें काफी
गुफ्तगू में मैंने एटीट्यूड पे बहुत बात की, आपको देखा आपने। एटीट्यूड इज एवरीथिंग, चेंज योर एटीट्यूड। पहला मैसेज ये हो गया, पीपल गेट हायर्ड फॉर देयर स्किल्स एंड फायर्ड फॉर देयर एटीट्यूड। मैंने यूटी में एक यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो का प्रोफेसर हायर किया, बहुत बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी है अमेरिका की, टॉप 10, दुनिया की टॉप 10 में, अर्बाना शम्पेन। मुझे एक दिन रिपोर्ट मिली कि उसने बीबीए के लड़के को मारा ठीक ठाक क्लास के बाद, लेकिन अनकन्फर्म रिपोर्ट थी। बात आई गई होगी, ना स्टूडेंट आया ना किसी और ने शिकायत की, एक र्यूमर सी उड़ी। वो टीचर इतना लाइक और न्यूटन टाइप था। ये छोटी सी केस स्टडी है, बड़ी मजेदार, कविता स्टाइल की केस स्टडी पार्ट 2। एक हफ्ते के बाद मेरी जो बीबीए कोऑर्डिनेटर खातून मेरे पास शाम को आई, उसने कहा उसी प्रोफेसर ने जिसके मतलब एक र्यूमर्स थी लड़के को मारा है, आज एक लड़की को सीढ़ियाँ चढ़ते ठुड्डे 10-12 मारे हैं, उसकी टांग पे नील पड़ गए हैं। मेरा रंग फक हो गया। थोड़ी देर में उस बेटी का बाप आ गया, कहता है मैं लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल रिटायर्ड हूँ और मैं जियो में पट्टी चला रहा हूँ अभी। क्या यूटी में यह हादसा हुआ है? लाहौर में किंग एडवर्ड, यूटी और गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज और कनेड, ये 4-5 कॉलेज हैं जिनके नाम बहुत बड़े हैं। यहाँ पर मक्खी भी मरे तो अखबार में आ जाता है, और मैं उसके एक बड़े ओहदे पे बैठा हुआ था। मैं कहा कर्नल साहब, मेरा वादा है कि आपके साथ जस्टिस होगा। ये वाकया मुझे रिपोर्ट हो गया, मुझे 2 हफ्ते दे दें, हम एक इंक्वायरी के तहत उस बंदे पर साबित हो गया उसको निकाल देंगे, वरना मैं चले जाऊँगा, मेरा आपसे वादा है। मैं कहा मैं 2 हफ्ते दे दें, इंक्वायरी में 2 हफ्ते लगते हैं, सरकार बड़ी स्लो जाती है। कहता ठीक है मैं तुम 2 हफ्ते दे देता हूँ, वरना मैं जियो में पट्टी चलाऊंगा। मैं कहा ठीक है। जियो से पता नहीं क्यों मुझे याद आ रहा है, क्या क्या चीज़ें याद आ रही हैं। खैर, मैं वीसी के पास एक दिन सुबह गया, वीसी मिलिट्री इंटेलिजेंस के हेड भी रहे हैं आर्मी में, कहते हैं मुझे हर चीज़ पता चल चुकी है। मैं कहा सर अब क्या करें? मैंने कहा खातून को इंचार्ज बनाएं, खातून प्रोफेसर को जो इंक्वायरी करे। तो मेरी बॉस खातून थी डॉक्टर फजीलत, उन्होंने इंक्वायरी की उसकी और साबित कर दिया 13 गवाहियों से। और वो कर्नल साहब ने CMS से एक्सरे रिपोर्ट भी दिखा दी, नील के निशान थे एक्सरे रिपोर्ट में, ठुड्डे बाल। हमने यूनिवर्सिटी की 100 साल की हिस्ट्री चेक की, आज तक किसी टीचर ने लड़की को पे हाथ भी नहीं उठाया। 100 साल की हिस्ट्री में पहले दफ़ा मेरे बाद दफ्तर में वाक़या हो। अब ये बंदा था न्यूटन, इतना लायक था, इसका एटीट्यूड था नेगेटिव, ये दहशतगर्दी करता था स्टूडेंट्स वक्त। हमने टॉलरेट नहीं किया, खड़े खड़े फारग कर दिया उसको। तो आपको फिर निकालने पड़ते हैं लोगों को एटीट्यूड पे, स्किल पे आप रखते हैं, ये मैंने वजाहत की है। तो एटीट्यूड को हम्बल रखें, केयरिंग रखें, कंपोज्ड रखें, डिसेंट रखें और रिस्पेक्टेबल रखें, स्पेशली ख़वातीन के लिए। और ख़वातीन बेशक वो आपके पास आएँ एज ए क्या होता है जनाब, नहीं कॉम्प्लीमेंट, कॉम्प्लीमेंट को उर्दू में क्या कहते हैं, शिकायत को निंदा। आप खड़े ज़रूर हो, बेशक अनपढ़ हो, बेशक एक मजदूर खातून है, खड़ा ज़रूर हो। हजूर पाक की सुन्नत तैयबा में अपनी बेटी के लिए खड़े हो जाते थे। ख़वातीन का एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी एहतराम आपकी शख्सियत को फ़ायदा देगा, प्लस पॉइंट। ये मैं आपको एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी बताता हूँ। यूईटी में मेरे पास 70% लेडी टीचर्स थी। मैंने किसी लेडी टीचर को दफ्तर कभी नहीं बुलाया, चल के उनके पास जाता था ताकि उनको इज्जत मिले। उस इज्जत के फ़ायदे भी हैं, उसके सोशल एस्पेक्ट पॉजिटिव इतने ज़्यादा है कि आप एक उंगली उठाने की कुछ भी जरूरत नहीं कर सकते। तो ख़वातीन को एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी केयर देना, ये आपके एटीट्यूड में जब आ जाता है तो नेचर भी आपको एक पॉजिटिवली अप्रिशिएट करती है किसी न किसी बहाने से। सो न्यू लीडर विद इन यू कुड बी एक्सप्लोर्ड ओनली विद 3 थिंग्स। 3 चीज़ों से आप अपने अंदर नया इंसान ढूंढ सकते हैं, नया लीडर। विलिंग हार्ट के हाँ कुछ मैंने करना है, नया करना है, बकरी टाइप की चीज़ करनी है, कुछ इनोवेशन करना है, कुछ नुज़रत फिक्र अमल करनी है। और दूसरा है पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड। और तीसरा डिज़ायर टू मेक डिफरेंस, कि मैंने कुछ ना कुछ नई चीज़ करनी है। यूटी ने जब मुझे ऑफर किया कि आप प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर लग जाएं और MBA स्टार्ट करें, BBA स्टार्ट करें, तो इस्लामाबाद में मेरी एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी थी, ट्रेनिंग कंपनी, और मेरे घर के बैक साइड पे दफ्तर था। और मैं सुबह उठता था, आराम से दफ्तर चले गए, और साथ एक यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़ाता था, और इस्लामाबाद में कंफर्टेबल था। मेरे पास बड़े बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्ट थे बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों के, नेस्ट, पाक और स्टेट बैंक। तो मैं कहा मैं यूटी में क्यों जाकर सरकारी नौकरी करूँ। आई वॉज डबल माइंडेड। मैं हसन इकबाल साहब के पास गया, वो मेरे दोस्त थे, उस ज़माने में अपोजिशन में थे, आजकल वज़ीर दाखिला। तो मैं कहा हसन इकबाल साहब मैं यूटी जाऊँगा, वो भी यूटी ग्रेजुएट थे, मुझे ऑफ़र आई है ये, और आई एम डबल माइंडेड, क्योंकि मैं सरकारी मुलाजमत के लिए शायद मेरा माइक्रो प्रोसेसर डिज़ाइन नहीं हुआ हुआ। कहते हैं कि तुम नहीं जाओगे तो कोई 2 नंबर बंदा चला जाएगा, और ये यूनिवर्सिटी को चेंज करने का आइडियल वक्त है, इसको चेंज करो, जाकर यूनिवर्सिटी में एक्सपेरिमेंट करो। उनके मशवरे पे मैं यूटी चला गया, और मैंने नए नए एक्सपेरिमेंट किए और डिफरेंस क्रिएट किया। और अभी किसी वक्त पे लम्स में या हार्वर्ड में एक स्टडी होगी कि यूटी के अंदर एक स्कूल ऑफ बिजनेस कैसे चेंज हो गया, उसने रिजल्ट्स क्यों दिए, बाकी यूनिवर्सिटी में रिजल्ट्स कैसे, वो क्यों नहीं आ रहे थे, स्टूडेंट क्यों मोटिवेट हो गए, वो इंस्पिरेशनल कल्चर कैसे आया। इस पर बकायदा केस स्टडी बनती है। मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं करना चाह रहा, मैं बता रहा हूँ कि वेस्ट में यूनिवर्सिटियाँ, इदारे इस तरह तरक्की कर रहे हैं इंस्पिरेशनल कल्चर से और मोटिवेशनल एनवायरनमेंट से। वो मुल्क 3rd वर्ल्ड से 1st वर्ल्ड में आ गए, हम 3rd वर्ल्ड से 4th वर्ल्ड में जा रहे हैं। हम 3rd वर्ल्ड में नहीं है, सब आपको पता है, हम 4th वर्ल्ड में चले गए हैं। हम बाज़ चीज़ों में सब सहारन अफ्रीकन कंट्री से भी नीचे चले गए हैं। हम बाज़ चीज़ों में भूटान, सिक्किम और नाइजीरिया से भी नीचे हैं, सोमालिया से भी नीचे हैं बाज़ चीज़ों में, इंडिकेटर्स में, हर चीज़, हर एक सोशल इंडिकेटर में हम पीछे हैं दुनिया के। आज से 15 साल पहले मैं प्लानिंग कमीशन में हसन इकबाल साहब एडवाइज़र था, पिछली गवर्नमेंट में मुस्लिम लीग की। मैं नस्ट में था, मुझे डेपुटेशन पर उन्होंने बुला लिया। उस वक्त पाकिस्तान का इंटरनेशनल कंपेटिटिवनेस का इंडेक्स होता है, मुसाफत का इंडेक्स, जो वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम बनाता है। पाकिस्तान में उसका नंबर था 101, इंडिया का था 91, 10 का फ़र्क था। आज कितना है? पाकिस्तान का 138 है, इंडिया 71 पे चला गया तरक्की करके। तो 60-70 का पॉइंट का फ़र्क आ गया 15 सालों में। इसलिए कि मुसाफत की जगह हम तेज़ी से हार रहे हैं। एटीट्यूड के इश्यूज़ हैं, दफ्तरों में हर जगह एटीट्यूड के इश्यूज़ हैं, घरों में एटीट्यूड के इश्यूज़ हैं। पाकिस्तान में डाइवोर्स पैसे की वजह से नहीं होता, लड़कियां पैसे की वजह से घर नहीं छोड़ती, वो एटीट्यूड की वजह से घर छोड़ के आती हैं इज्जत बचाने के लिए। ये मैंने सर्वे किया, मेरे सर्वे की पर्सनल फाइंडिंग्स हैं। सो ओनली रियल डिसेबिलिटी इन लाइफ इज बैड एटीट्यूड, इज अ बैड एटीट्यूड, एंड योर सक्सेस स्टार्ट्स एंड एंड्स विद योर फोकस ऑन एटीट्यूड। So attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. जी, टाइम हो गया। So your attitude determines your altitude. आपकी तरक्की और सरफराजी का तयन आपका रवैया करता है। आपकी तरक्की और सरफराजी का तयन आपका रवैया करता है। रवैयों पर इन्वेस्ट करें। अंबिया ने रवैयों पर इन्वेस्ट किया, टेक्नोलॉजी पर नहीं इन्वेस्ट किया, सिवाय हज़रत सलमान के या हज़रत दाऊद के, जिन्होंने मेटल पे काम किया। हज़रत सलमान ने थोड़ा बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम किया, उसमें भी जिन्हों का रोल था। तो आप अंदर के जिन को निकालें बाहर। आपको जिन निकालने के लिए नबियों की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपके उससे सोच को कर दें और मुसख्खर कर लें, कुव्वत से हर पस्त को बांध।
For millions of parents around the world, childbirth is a moment of celebration unlike any other. Yet, without timely access to maternal and newborn care, childbirth can quickly become a life or death lottery. Every 11 seconds, a mother or baby dies due to complications during pregnancy or childbirth. The most common complication for mothers is severe bleeding, which can occur without warning and can kill even a healthy woman in just 2 hours. UNFPA is the lead UN agency for ending all preventable maternal deaths. We have made it our mission to ensure that every woman and baby has timely access to quality maternal and newborn care, no matter where they live. In 2008, we created the Maternal and Newborn Health Thematic Fund to end preventable maternal and newborn deaths and morbidities in 32 low-income countries with some of the highest numbers of maternal and newborn deaths. Guinea and Senegal are 2 countries supported by the fund, and in some regions, highlighted in red on these maps, it can take over 4 hours to reach care, and for many, that is simply too late. For the ones lucky enough to reach a clinic in time, the care they receive is often poor. The Thematic Fund aims to provide every woman timely access to life-saving interventions, such as emergency cesarean section surgeries for mothers and intensive care for newborns, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Since its creation, the fund has contributed to ensure access to safer delivery for 28 million women, including an estimated 4.2 million women facing life-threatening complications. Together, we can ensure that no mother dies while giving life.
Assalamu alaikum viewers, this is Dr. Ali Sajid from Department of Engineering and Project Management, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ लाहौर। जैसे कि आप जानते हैं कोरोना के बैकड्रॉप में थोड़ी बहुत घरों में बैठ बैठ के लोगों के ज़हनों में मायूसी फैल रही थी, तो हमने लहू गर्म रखने के लिए एक सिलसिला शुरू किया। पाकिस्तान की ग्रीन, पाकिस्तान के छोटे नंबर लोग जो कि सेल्फ मेड हैं, जिन्होंने जिनका खमीरी सी मिट्टी से होता है, जो कि किसी अरबपति के फैमिली से नहीं थे, हमने उनको चुना और सीधा सीधा ये हस्तियाँ हमारे पास हर दूसरे दिन आती हैं और अपने ज़री ख्यालात से आपके दिलों को गर्माती हैं, लहू को गर्म करती हैं। आज हम खुशकिस्मत हैं कि हमारे पास पाकिस्तान के एक हमा जैसी शख्सियत हैं, जिनकी शख्सियत के 6 से 8 रंग हैं, जो मैं मुश्किल बयान कर पाऊँगा। ये यूएन के ऑफिशियल भी रहे हैं, 24-25 साल उन्होंने यूएन में काम किया, 120 मुल्कों में ऑफिशियली इन्होंने ड्यूटीज परफॉर्म की, डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली। उसके बाद पाकिस्तान में गुजरात की जो बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई गई है, डॉक्टर निज़ाम के मरहूम मिन्नत है, उन्होंने एज ए फाउंडिंग फादर उसको फाउंडिंग वाइस चांसलर जीरो से रेज किया और उसको हीरो पर अब बामे रूज पे पहुंचाया। यहाँ सिलसिला ख़त्म नहीं हुआ इनका एजुकेशन में कंट्रीब्यूशन का, बल्कि ये अमेरिका और यूरोप छोड़ के पाकिस्तान की मोहब्बत में यहीं सेटल हो गए और पाकिस्तान की कौम ने इनको वेलकम किया और HEC पंजाब में इन्होंने 4 साल अपने फन का जोर जताया और HEC पंजाब को एज ए फाउंडिंग डायरेक्टर नई जहतों पे इस्तवार किया और नई रिफतों पे मुतमक्किन किया। तो आप जानते होंगे इनको डॉक्टर निज़ामुद्दीन इनका नाम है। सर वेलकम टू दिस प्रोग्राम। प्रोग्राम का नाम है होप फॉर लाइफ। आपका बड़ा शुक्रिया, आप हमें एक घंटा दे रहे हैं। वेलकम टू दिस प्रोग्राम।
शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत डॉक्टर अली साजिद साहब, आप ये प्रोग्राम शुरू किया और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आप एक ऐसे मौजू पे बात करना चाहते हैं कि हमारी कौम को, हमारे यूथ को खासकर होप दी जाए कि इन डिफिकल्ट हालात में भी हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है, तो दुनिया को भी दे सकते हैं, अपने आप को, अपने मुल्क को भी दे सकते हैं। मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि आप ये प्रोग्राम शुरू कर रहे हैं और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी के जो हालात थे, जहाँ से मैं बड़ा बुरा हुआ, बड़ा आगे बढ़ा, वो मैं आपसे शेयर करूँ ताकि उससे आपको लेसन मिलेगा।
नौजवानों को एक गलतफहमी है पाकिस्तान में कि करोड़ों रुपया माँ बाप से मिलेगा या खुदा ना खास्ता गलत, आई रिजेक्ट दिस, आई कंडेम दिस, कि जी रिश्वतें लेके ही हम सब ठीक कर सकते हैं।
आप कह सकते हैं कि मैं 100% सेल्फ मेड पर्सन हूँ।
माशाल्लाह, हमारे लिए बड़ा फख्र है। मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा एजाज यही है, एजुकेशन के तो बाद में आपने कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया बहुत देर से, लेकिन आप सन ऑफ द सॉइल हैं और आप सेल्फ मेड हैं। ये हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा तर्रा इम्तियाज यही है, तमगा इम्तियाज हमारा यही है। सर अपनी जिंदगी के हालात सुनाएं जो बच्चों को मजबूर करें, लोगों को गरमाएं उनके पास।
देखिए, मैं जब कराची यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रहा था, पहले
नहीं आपका जीरो से स्टार्ट करें सर प्लीज, पता कलामी माफ।
मैं पहले जब हैदराबाद दक्कन से माइग्रेट करके आया था कराची,
अच्छा माशाल्लाह।
तो वहाँ पे मैं जब कोशिश की कि मैं किसी स्कूल में जाऊं तो उन्होंने कहा जी आपकी उम्र ज्यादा हो गई तो आप नहीं जा सकते।
अच्छा, पहली पाबंदी लग गई आपकी।
तो फिर मैंने प्राइवेट इम्तिहान दिया मैट्रिक का।
अच्छा माशाल्लाह।
और पहले साल ही मैं प्राइवेट इम्तिहान देने में पहले साल पास हो गया मैट्रिक में, सेल्फ स्टडी करके। उसके बाद में गवर्नमेंट वहाँ पे इस्लामिक कॉलेज था कराची में, वहाँ चला गया इंटरमीडिएट करने के लिए। वहाँ जब इंटरमीडिएट में पढ़ाई शुरू की तो पता लगा कराची यूनिवर्सिटी उसी साल जब मैं इंटरमीडिएट FA कंप्लीट कर रहा था, उन्होंने BS ऑनर्स का प्रोग्राम शुरू किया। बी ऑनर्स का वो 3 साल का ऑनर्स था और 1 साल का मास्टर था। मुझे लोगों ने मशवरा दिया कि वही 4 साल लगेंगे, आप यहाँ BA करके जाएँ MA करने के लिए या अभी चले जाओ FA के बाद। मैंने FA के बाद कोशिश की, टेस्ट लिया, टेस्ट में नंबर आ गए अच्छे तो मुझे एडमिशन मिल गया कराची यूनिवर्सिटी में। लेकिन दूर बहुत थी मेरे घर से, कराची शहर से। खैर मैं बस में जाया करता था रोज़ाना, तो मुझे एडमिशन मिल गया सोशियोलॉजी सोशल वर्क डिपार्टमेंट में। एक ही डिपार्टमेंट था। मैंने वहाँ पे इकोनॉमिक्स, पॉलिटिकल साइंस और सोशियोलॉजी सोशल वर्क लिया। पहले साल जाता रहा बस में, पहले साल मुझे स्कॉलरशिप मिल गया, मेरिट स्कॉलरशिप मिल गया और मुझे हॉस्टल में कमरा भी मिल गया। फिर मैं नेक्स्ट ईयर से मैं हॉस्टल में रहने लगा कराची यूनिवर्सिटी के हॉस्टल में। वहाँ मैं 4 साल रहा और वहाँ मैंने BA ऑनर्स किया और मास्टर किया। उसके बाद मैं मास्टर कर ही रहा था तो मुझे इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने मुझे रिसर्च की जॉब दी। मेरे डिपार्टमेंट के चेयरमैन ने मुझे नॉमिनेट किया कि ये बंदा हमारा रिसर्च का बड़ा अच्छा है। वहाँ से मैंने स्वीडिश प्रोजेक्ट में, जो इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट था स्वीडिश गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ मैंने एक जॉब शुरू किया एज रिसर्च कोऑर्डिनेटर। उसके बाद विदिन 6 मंथ मुझे उन्होंने बना दिया चीफ ऑफ रिसर्च सेक्शन। फिर मैंने एक सर्वे करवाया था उनके लिए, जिसके लिए मैंने 25 लोगों को रिक्रूट किया था उस सर्वे कराने के लिए। ये बात थी 65-66 की। ये करता रहा तो मुझे फिर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की तरफ से स्कॉलरशिप मिला मास्टर करने के लिए 68 में। मैं यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो चला गया टू डू मास्टर्स इन पॉपुलेशन डेमोग्राफी प्रोग्राम में, क्योंकि मैं पॉपुलेशन रिसर्च में काम कर रहा था। तो वो मुझे 1 ईयर का स्कॉलरशिप मिला मास्टर्स का यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो में, सोशियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में। मैंने वहाँ से मास्टर किया, पॉपुलेशन डेमोग्राफी में स्पेशलाइज किया। उसके बाद मुझे वापस आना पड़ा तो यूएसए का स्कॉलरशिप था। जब वापस आया
जूम मीटिंग को यहाँ पे एंड कर देंगे, रहने देंगे जूम चल रहे इसी को कंटिन्यू कर देंगे।
स्वीडिश प्रोजेक्ट था
मेरे ख्याल में वहाँ पे अलग सेक्शन है।
लॉ में अच्छा बना दिया था उन्होंने, वो मैं उसमें आ गया था। वो ढाका में दफ्तर और कराची के दफ्तर सब जगह दफ्तर लाहौर में बन गया। वहाँ मैं रिसर्च
जा रहे हैं अच्छा बता रहे सर आसमान को
इस प्रोजेक्ट को टेक ओवर कर लिया। Then I became the government of Pakistan deputy director for research and acting director for the center of research. वहाँ मैं जब काम कर रहा था,
नेटवर्क तो डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएगा ना इसमें, वाईफाई वर्क नहीं होगा। मैं लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग खत्म करूँ।